Hello! Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon, good evening, hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And I am very happy to be here today. I am very, very happy to be here today. My plan, as you may have intuited, is to Kerbal Space Program. Is to space program with the Kerbs. I am enjoying the Kerbals. I am very... I think I'm quite bad at the game, if I'm being honest. But I do take pleasure in the Kerbin. Got jumped away by the hello. Yes, Nanomancer, you definitely were first. You definitely were first. It was definitely you and not anybody else. Doing better than you would have? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Am I? I suppose that there are standards, right? I should say that I spent a fair amount of time off stream practicing orbital launches and not being able to do them reliably. I have been trying to... I haven't played a ton off stream. I've played a little bit off stream, not an enormous amount. And what I found was that so I can get orbital launches, obviously. I can get into space. I have done a mooner flyby. I have done a mooner flyby, but what I have not done is I have not managed to make orbital flybys that were cheap enough to be profitable. They were cheap enough to be profitable with tourists. They are like $20,000 rockets, and I need them to be like $10,000 rockets. And I did learn from fooling around, and I did one of the training missions. I've been going into orbit very stupidly. I have been very, very stupid about how I go into orbit. Where my orbital trajectory has been like, I go straight up and then take a hard yaw right. And that is not a smart way to get into orbit. So I don't even know how much I want to do anything other than just like go into Kerbal Space Program. I'm just kind of craving the Kerbs. Hold on, let me bring him back. Let me bring the little guy. Let me bring him back. But yes. Oh crap, Nap is alive right now. Let me say hellos, and before I suppose I want people to, what I kind of want to know from folks, if they think it would be better to see this with the normal streaming screen that I have been using, or to see it with the framed version. The frame version, you'll be able to see more of the screen. There will be a lot less things blocking this. I will be much smaller. It will be much less blocked screen. And the frame vision is fun. I think the frame vision is fun. I usually reserve it for like stuff like Marvel Rivals and stuff, where there's like a lot of stuff happening on screen. But for KSP, it might be good. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it. And if people don't like it, I'll switch. That's how I'll do that. That is how I will do that. So let me just... I'm just going to take a quick... I'm just going to change a couple of things on the back end that I meant to change, and didn't actually get around to. And... Oh, hold on. No, I want that. I'm sorry. I disabled audio when I didn't want to disable audio. Let me just... but yes, let me say hellos. Let me say the hellos. Hello to me. Hello to Seribot. Hello Almont OS. Hello Winday. Hello Deathheart VT. Hello Nanomancer. Hello Grimlock Baragi. Hello Little Save Hogo 8. Hello, Scaldy1. Hello, Max Headroom. Hello, hello, hello. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VoD watchers. I appreciate all of you showing up. It's a real kindness on your part. Let me give a quick shout out to Nanomancer. Nanomancer, how goes the travels? How goes the travails? How goes the trails, the suffering, the endurance? How goes it? On that note, while Nanomancer, who I have shouted out, is contemplating his fate, I will follow through on Winday, redeeming workout time. I will work out. So that'll make tracking a little bit funny. We are going to do squats. We are going to do pistol squats. Left leg, then right leg. Okay? 10 each leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the left leg, and now right leg. Let's get it nice and deep. I think I might have been getting a little bit lazy. And the right leg has a little bit more knee pain than the left leg, so... That was a bad one. Not gonna count that. 1, 2, 3. I'm not getting a good foothold. Hold on a second. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And my chair rolled away from me. Oh, right. All right. Grateful as ever to get to do some squats, right? Really helps one feel alive and in control of yourself to get some light exercise in with some frequency, right? I have to say that I didn't really plan it this way, but the suit that I wear, the suit that I am wearing for this outfit, particularly with this red tie, I think it works really well for the Kerbal Space Program setting. And this is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. I've been thinking about this quite a bit, that... space travel, when you want to make an optimistic space travel piece of art, you tend to make it, pretty... What's what I'm looking for here? You tend to make it pretty retro-futuristic. So like Kerbal Space Program is very much about the Apollo program, and so is For All Mankind. But when you make space art that isn't about those things, it tends to be quite pessimistic. And so there is an exception here that I think is a successful piece of art that is also that futurism, but is also horror, which is Prey. That's a bit of an exemption, because it is pretty, like, NASA punk, as they call it. But... but that's kind of the big exception. But, like, you know, you look at other attempts to make the future, the future space travel, and we almost always tend to make it pessimistic, right? Like all of the new treks except for Lower Decks are deeply pessimistic, and that's pretty messed up, right? That like DS9, even DS9 was not particularly optimistic. As much as I love DS9, it does not have the optimism of TNG or TOS. And when I think about like kind of the most famous attempt, I'm sorry, Wendy, I'm not including Orville here. I think Orville was not super popular. When I think about the most recent attempt to spend a lot to make the future seem like a place of optimism, I think of Beyond Earth, which failed at it so abjectly that even people who played it quite a bit did not think it was supposed to be optimistic. They thought it was actually a pessimistic they thought it was a dystopian, pessimistic piece of art. And yes, Bunbanaiko, it is Moth. It is Moth. It is Moth. It is Mothy. Alright. I guess it does kind of have that Python, that boa, that feather boa look to it, but it is a moth, it is a rabbit, it is a cat, it is not particularly, I think, a python. I do like ball pythons, I gotta say. I actually genuinely like ball pythons. I actually genuinely do think ball pythons are really nice. I have enjoyed being around them. But I do not think this is a particularly Python-y character on my shoulder here. Do love him. Do love him. Do love the little guy. Do love the little guy. Oh. It's definitely been one of those weekends where I found myself so caught up in my own stuff I couldn't keep up with the news, which is actually kind of lovely. I usually feel like I'm a bit of an over-informed person. But instead I had a weekend of catching up on a lot of tasks that I have been putting off, including some stuff for stream, right? Including, I've been pulling ahead on some of my stream obligations. And I have been, I've been pulling ahead on some of my stream obligations, I've been pulling ahead on some of my VTubing obligations, and that's honestly a nice place to be going into the week. I am still somewhat behind on some of the big stuff, like, my book readings I am behind on. I am behind on a couple of the readings that I want to be doing. And I have a bit of an embarrassing confession to make. Well, not even that. I don't know if it's embarrassing, but I think it's just... I'm sure that somebody will make fun of me for this. I'm reading Vineland, because there was a movie, right? There was a movie made about that book that came out recently. So I'm reading the book because, of course, if everybody tells me to go watch the movie, like, why wouldn't I read the book, right? Why wouldn't I read the book? And I am just not... Vineland with a V. Vineland. I just kind of don't like Thomas Pynchon. I don't know, this is the second book I've read by Pynchon, and I kind of don't really enjoy his writing. I feel like I'm reading a series of Wikipedia summaries. It feels like it is exactly the sum of its own Wikipedia summary. Like, I'm just not feeling it. And I felt that way about Crying of Lot 49 the whole way through. I was like, this is the summary and suggestion of a good book, but is not a good book in its own right. So... Oh, nap, ho ho ho, Ho ho ho, it's one of my favorites. It's Nap. I am sorry I didn't catch your stream at all today, Nap. I am very sorry. I feel genuinely bad about this. Nap is flat out one of my favorite streamers. What were you up to today? Nap? Hold on, I might still be able to tell. Writing and reading. What were you doing? What were you up to, Nap? What were you up to? Nap, I adore Nap. Nap is a very cool streamer. He does a lot. He's a museum worker. I believe you said you're like CRM. You're like CRM and you're on the back end. You're not like in front end curation and you're certainly not a docent. But Nap works in museums, and he collections management. Yep, collections management. And he does these genealogy streams. These are super cool. These are super duper cool. You will see a person doing live for real historical research on stream, and it's the real business. It's the real business of and not even like the most boring part of doing historical research, because honestly historical research is often quite dull. He is doing like kind of the more exciting sharp end of historical research, where he looks up a person and then he looks through a whole bunch of data sources. Like he finds a person, he finds a target, usually via the patent office. He finds a person who patented something goofy in the 19th century, and then he hunts down this person and he tries to figure out where this person lived, how many kids they had, who their parents were, what other jobs they worked. He uncovers a lot of really cool things and gets really interesting from a historical standpoint, from a research standpoint. Inventor of the dog bed. Ooh, excellent. Yes, a lot of patents are a lot sillier than what you think they are. And Nap goes through and he looks at what did this person do with their life. And a part of this that winds up being really interesting is that a lot of people had the same names. A lot of people had the same names in the past, which is similar to today. But, Social Security cards were not issued until relatively recently. I don't think I think it's entirely possible you've never actually researched somebody who had a Social Security number. That sounds accurate to me. That sounds correct to me. And so he will look through these folks, and like sometimes there'll be people with very, very similar names, and you're sifting through when it's a person when it's their father versus the person in question, their father or their son, or just a guy who happens to have a similar name who lived in a similar area as him, as his research target. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. And I'm sorry, I got so excited about Nap stream that I didn't introduce myself. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am an old man. I love old things. And on this here stream, on this here twitch.tv, I tend to do a lot of calligraphy is my main one. I do calligraphy. I paint miniatures. I talk about history. I talk about books. I talk sometimes a little bit about current events. On Saturday morning, my most recent stream was my friend Cavalier, who is Bisaya, came on and talked about what marriage and courtship is like among the Bisaya, which is really awesome. It was really, really a fun time. I feel like I learned a lot from her. But today I am going to be playing Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program. One time we had 3 people with the same full name, including middle initial, living in the same town at the same time. I've seen it in my lifespan. I have seen it. I have seen this happen in these here United States. It is not a completely It is not a completely unprecedented phenomenon. But yes, we're doing a space game today. We are going into space. And I'm really liking Kerbal Space Program. I'm really liking Kerbal Space Program. It speaks to me at a really deep level, in terms of like what I want from a game. I like games that involve a lot of complicated failure states. Unfortunately, Jazzahol, the Kerbal Space Program is extremely capitalistic. I don't know if you've played Kerbal Space Program, Jazzahol, but it is the current place where I am at is trying to figure out how to drive down the cost of my orbital launches in order to make it profitable for me to do space tourism. That is the actual location we are at in Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I am corrupting it. I am corrupting it. But yes. I don't know, I keep on talking about it, so I don't know if there's anything else for me to do. But obviously, Nap and anybody who came in with Nap, if you need to take a nap, very proud of myself for that one. If you need to take a nap, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I am just grateful that you graced us with your presence today, not a professor. Thank you very much for entrusting your community with me and watching me blow up rockets 80 million times. Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program. Alright, I'm just gonna go over there, because why not? Alright. Alright, and let me... and disable preview, because for some insane... Yes, please have a good night. Please have a good night. For some reason, both VTube Studio and OBS have been taking up substantially more resources than they did even like a week ago. So my computer is running hot. It is running hot. Okay, and there we go. Okay, there is sound going through. Alright. There shouldn't be a lot of sound right now. It should be pretty quiet. So, this is what I've been attempting to use offline to do efficient tourism. It's not working. It is not working. It is, in fact, not even achieving orbit. My main hypothesis about why it is not achieving orbit at any meaningful level... This looks like a mistake. I am pretty sure that the reason why this can't even achieve orbit, even with this amount of power, is that the mission command modules are just too damn heavy. That is what I think is going on, is that there's just two... this is 2 tourists and 1 pilot, and I think it is just too damn heavy to get up there efficiently. Remember your rocketry equation, folks. Remember your rocketry equation. There is your amount of thrust that you can get out of it by increasing the power of your rocket increases as the log natural of the ratio of the empty mass to the fueled mass, right? So that is to say that adding more fuel and adding more rockets has decreasing potential for power, which is another way of saying, has diminishing returns, as to say. Another way of putting this is that in order to get more thrust for more mass, or to get more power and more distance for more mass, requires exponential quantities of increases in power. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal. By the way, let me know if you can hear the game. You should be able to hear the game. The game should be making some sound now. The game should be worth something to you folks at this point. And I think I am going to just simply start over. Hello, Ion. Hello, Ion. I think I'm just going to start over and design a completely new rock. Actually, hold on. Here's something sitting me. Hold on. Thinking. Brainwave here. So I don't have the crew cabin. Shared chat. Oh, no, I definitely don't have shared chat enabled. Who would I be sharing chat with? If it says shared chat, that's just like a bug. I don't have any of the things on for sharing chat enabled at all. But yeah, I want this Mark 1 crew cabin because that will reduce the amount for Cavalier. That shouldn't be enabled. Like there's no way that should be enabled. That like it just I am not set up for it at all. Casvelin 1, thank you for the follow. I'm literally not even running the program that I have to run in order to do shared chat. I'm just literally not even running it. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do about that it thinks it's doing shared chat with Cav. All right, let's take a look around here. So, Landers. Oh boy, Landers feels like a real ways off for me. I think I need to do general construction. But I only have 27 science. So here's an idea. I think so a Hello Celeru. I think here's what I do. Is where's the service bay? I've done a lot of ballistic launches. Ballistic launches are not new to me. So how you doing, Sella? I think what I do is I think what I want to do is try to max out on science. So this will allow me to run 3 suborbital science experiments in 0G, right? Or even orbit. I just need to get into orbital heights. You've been really out of state for no reason. That happens. That happens, unfortunately. So, and then I want to put a heat shield down here. No, I want a heat shield, not a coupling. Heat shield, coupling. Okay, now we can get into... I don't really need a particularly good set of burns, right? I don't need a particularly good set of burns. Okay, so... I don't think I need something super complicated here. A Reliant. And then... Is there a reason why I can only use fleas here? I mean, it's not like the worst thing in the world if I can only use fleas, but I was... Where's my thumpers? Where are my thumpers? I think I actually do want, a little reaction wheel, and we definitely want a radial drogue. Sorry, I should have done these before. And a radial reel shoot. I don't know if them tangling up ever comes up. Hello, Mr. Cadzilla. Hello, Mr. Cadzilla. Some radio couplers on there. And then some fleas. And... I don't even know if I need to do that. I'm going to save this for now. And... I'm going to switch out the command to Bob. And... let's save that and launch it. And okay. Cannot engage SAS. Okay. 2900 lift Delta V's. possibility that this will work, possibility that it will not. I'm gonna shift the throttle up a little bit. And put it down here. Okay. And actually, hold on. Let's go back to the vehicle assembly because I might be able to do something here. I might be able to do something here. Gear. No, none of that is what I want. Observe. Log temperature. And then there's a barometer in here as well. Log pressure data. And wait, hold on. This is not what I want. How I want to do this. Okay, so toggle. I don't think I actually care about that. Toggle, and then custom 2, we want conduct material study. And observe mystery goo. Log temperature. Log pressure. And then we want it to be toggle. Let's go back over here. Yep, all this looks good to me. So if I've done this right, first of all, let's close that. I go over to launch. I go over to launch, and let's see. Nope. How do I see? Okay. Okay, that's doing what I want to do. Okay, it is hotkeys 1 through 3. All right, and let's put you down here. Shift throttle up to half. And then we're going to 3, 2, 1, launch. Okay. Okay, Bob is not a good pilot. Oh. Not enough thrust in there. All right. Oh, okay, okay. Definitely a problem here. Definitely a problem there. So I hope it doesn't. I hate using fins, but yeah, I think that's what it does need. Also, hello, Rosef K. Hello, Rosef K. I hate working with fins. I'm kind of going crazy that, like, oh, there we go. Now I can use the other boosters. I don't know why the other boosters were disabled. And actually, you know what? Couplings. Thumpers. I think they actually need to be a little bit lower down. And now I feel a little bit less silly about using some aerodynamics. Okay. Let's get started. Okay, let's push that one up a little bit, and no. 50%. Let's take a look. 3, 2, 1. Hello, Axel is Axel. How are you doing today? Let's add a little bit more gravity assist to this. Let's rotate a little bit more. You're vibing. Let's add a little bit more angle. Oh! Land Bonfira! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I am botching an orbital flight as we speak. How are you doing today? Oh, I love Jebediah. Jebediah. I'm having Bob in here because we're doing a science experiment. This is a science. Do not like that the boosters did not detach. Hold on a second. Let me get in the shout out. Let me get in the shout out for Lan Bonfire. How are you doing, Lan Bon? What were you up to? Baby Steps. How is Baby Steps? I actually really like Bennett Foddy. I have not played Getting Over It, but it's something I genuinely am looking forward to playing on stream. Iredom, thank you. That's very sweet of you to say. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy on stream. I do a lot of calligraphy and I like to paint miniatures. And I sometimes play games. I am not going to call my own calligraphy beautiful. I would say it's occasionally successful. That is where I am willing to max out. That is the most I am willing to max out on. And so I am, yes, and today I am actually playing a video game. I am playing Kerbal Space Program, which I really have been enjoying. I have really been enjoying Kerbal Space Program. It is a real blast of a game. I suspect I would like Baby Steps. I really suspect I would like Baby Steps. I have owned it for like 10 years and I didn't start playing. Until just now. None, that one guy. I literally only started playing it like last week. I've played it for like 10 hours, most of which were on stream. I have made one lunar flyby. And I am currently trying to get a little bit of science to see if I can get to the point where I can do profitable orbital tourism. And once I can do some profitable orbital tourism, I'm going to do that, get a little bit of money, a little bit more research, and then I'm going to try for a lunar landing. That is my goals for tonight. That is my goals for tonight. But yeah, no mods, and in fact, I appear to have fucked up on this one a little bit. I don't know how to dock at all. I have absolutely not. No idea how to dock. I know that docking is a thing. I have played other zero-G games, so I understand the concept of matching velocity, of matching orbital velocities, but I am not even reliable at getting into orbits. That one guy. In fact, I suspect that we are about to fail right now. It's Gravy. Hello, Gravy Gator. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Yes, docking. Thank you so much. And you got Sella in there. Yes, Landbon Fire for the raiders and for everybody else. Also, by the way, obviously Landbon Fire, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Almost has no delay, dude. Huh. That's sweet to say. Is that sweet to say? I don't know. I don't know if that's a compliment or what. My stream should have pretty minimal delay. Probably not zero, because I am playing over capture card. So that's gonna have some consequences for the speed of this. But yes, I am trying to establish a low Kerbal orbit to do some science experiments, to get some more science. But yeah, I'm still very early game, that one guy. I don't really know what I'm doing. Please try to keep backseating to a low roar. That one guy 6069. Thank you for the follow. Try to keep back. I will. This is not a no backseating run, but this is a try to let me figure things out on my own when I can. Thank you. I have made it to the moon. Oh my goodness. Just throw more thrusters on it. Yeah, Gravy is a sweetheart. Like I said, I'm allowing some amount of backseating. Just try to keep it to a dull roar. Okay. We are in orbit. I'm going to shut down. Let's take a look at... This is not in orbit for shit. I am actually... Oh, I'm still on the upslope. Oh, hype train just started. I am still on the upslope. That's not really where I want to land. But let's do our science experiment, right? Okay, so we've opened up the service bay doors. Atmospheric pressure scan. Okay, so material study is useful. The temperature scan is useful. The pressure scan's very useful. The mystery goo is very useful. And then let's get a crew report. Useless, but we'll keep it. Useless, but we'll keep it. I don't have access to EVA. I still need to do more science in order to even get access to EVA. Hello, Mix. Oh, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get a water landing. So let's honestly, there's not really much of a point in me doing anything other than to eject and pray for the best. Yeah, pray for the best. Close the doors on the science kit. Not a lot for me to do other than to pray and hope. This is career mode. This is career mode. This is career mode. So, I have found career mode to be a nice way to, like, learn the systems as they come up. Is that Ujix? I like Yuji. I like Yuji. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I like Yuji. Start a new career save. Well, I suppose I appreciate that. Okay, I do have a thermal plate here. Bob Kerman down here is having a nice time. Oh god. Oh god, that's not what I want at all. Oh, Bob's gonna die. There's no way. Or not? Wait, am I going to land in water? I am going to land in water. Perfect. I wanted to land in water. Perfect. That was not the kind of spin that I wanted, but, holy crap. Finally got to finishing Fafner in the Ozzer Dead Aggressor Exodus. What does this mean, Mix? What does this mean? I don't know what this means. Least risky entry. My Mooner flyby, the one Mooner flyby that I have done, I did not keep track of let me take a look at ad manager because we should be coming up on an ad break soon. My one Mooner flyback that I have successfully performed, yeah, I should have died. I should have died. My one successful Mooner flyback. Yeah, thank you, Mix. Thank you, Mix. I nearly killed Jebediah Kerman, and so I spent like 2 hours of stream trying to figure out how, because I didn't calculate. I forgot that he would enter Mooner orbit, and therefore it would completely fuck his return. Hello, Eclipse Fun. So I needed to, I was like doing like real desperation micro maneuvers to try to break Mooner orbit and re-achieve Kerbal orbit. Kerbinal orbit. Yeah, Jeb is still alive. Jeb is still alive. And so is Bob. So is Bob. We're 10 seconds away from landing. Ads should be starting soon. I will be taking the ad break to use the bathroom, so I will pause the game as soon as we get there. It's all coming up, Jeb. It's all coming up, Jeb. And thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the hype train. It's very kind. Remember, this is a subathon. This is a subathon. It is to support future streams. It's just called Kerbinal Orbit. I want to call it Kerbinal Orbit. Kerbinal Orbit sounds correct. Oh, we're into ads. We're into ads. We are actually into ads now. So enjoy the BRB screen. I will be right back. I need to get some water and use the bathroom. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Thank you all for your patience. But yes, Mix. Oh, hello, Eldra Echo. Hello, Eldra Echo. Good to see you here, Eldra. Wait, Eldra already left. Oh, Eldra came in while I was on while I was in the bathroom. Did we get a shout out for Eldra? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you, Mix. Thank you, Mix. Guys, your anime OBS shit. All right, and Eldra, I hope you have a lovely night. Thank you, Eldra, for trusting your folks with me. Falcon Montgomery Jack 69, thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. Let's watch Bob touch down. Let's watch Bob splash down. This is going to be a D's nuts joke, isn't it? That one guy 6069. I mean, it's 9, but like, or it's the set of 1 plus 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 1. Or it's 5 plus 4. Like, there's a lot of options here, man. I'm assuming that you're doing things in base 10. I'm not good at working outside of base 10. Yeah, I'm assuming you're working in base 10. I'm not good at working outside of base 10. True, it is 3 squared. That's so true. And it's the square root of 81. Oh, hell yeah. It touched down and nothing broke. Let's take a look at what we did. Let's take a look at what we got. $35.5 science earned. I am pretty happy with that. It was 35.5. So it did get us up to 66 science, and we needed 45 for my intermediate goal. Okay. And $5,000 back. And Bob gained no is 2K. Wow. Well, I am pretty far from being able to pull that off. Makes me wonder if I should sign up for something that like allows more experiments. But I think I need to take things linearly, right? I think I need to take things pretty linearly. It would be nice to get to landing. And see, here's what I need in order to do Avas, right? Here's what I need to do in order to be able to Ava. All right. So I have an idea. Okay, so I've got 2 ideas, right? I've got 2 bad ideas. I do kind of want to keep on working on this question of being like profitable on space tourism, but I do have some science adjacent Nope. You need to get some upgrades. I do have some science adjacent research that I can do. This one's really good, but this is a real pain in the ass. I hate doing these ones. I might take it, but I hate doing it. Oh my goodness, this is highly valuable. Orbits, fly by the moon. Oh, it's a bunch of moon flybys. It's a bunch of mooner flybys. Real pain in the ass there. These are worth a lot of science from my perspective, from my early perspective. This is trivial. Uh, here's a question, right? Here's a question, folks. Am I correct in reading that? So this is on the surface at beta site, gamma, and alpha. Is this? Am I supposed to land at those sites and then take off again? Is that the idea? That's what it looks like to me. I think I'm going to ignore that one. Very annoyed that I canceled these by accident. Okay, and let's see. So this one just needs to be... This one requires a very low speed is the problem. I need to somehow get up to 29 kilometers at only 400 meters. Oh, I'm getting distracted here. I'm gonna destroy this one. Destroy that one and destroy that one. Okay. So now let's try a new one. Tourist. Okay, let's start with the remote piloting. Remote piloting. A crew cabin. And radial parachutes. Jedediah, not Jebediah. Ouch. That does suck. I've been saying it Jebediah for years. That stings. That's painful. That is painful. I do not know how I can handle this knowledge. All right. The truth hurts, is that what you're trying to say? Jebediah's Custer's Ghost Burnsides. That rules. That rules. Also, Mix, I forgot if I said this while you were listening, but when you said that you finished that anime you were talking about, genuinely thought that you were shitposting. Oh, right, you're right. You're so true. Thank you. I genuinely thought that you were shitposting. I thought that you were just, like, making up the name of something to, like, I could not tell. That's how you phrase it, like you did. Fair. And actually, you know what? Because the name sounds like a fucking shitpost. It really does. Okay. Actually, you know what? Uh, I think it's actually easier for me. Okay. So let's see about this. You're Breaking Bad. Hello, Haven Stranger. Hello, Haven Stranger. Well, somber. I mean, that's the thing about anime titles, right? That's the thing about anime titles. They'll get you like that. They'll really get you like that. Okay, so let's I think I need a reaction wheel here. There's this one turbo fucked up plot point where after a character does a kamikaze attack, another character spreads rumors about her and vandalizes her grave repeatedly to make sure everyone else feels like suicide attacks aren't worth it. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. And let's see. I think I don't know. I'm not happy about this ever. Hello Onirin. Hello Onirin. Welcome in. Welcome in, my dear. Let's just try double and let's hope that they actually eject properly. We are attempting to. We are attempting to. My record so far is pretty bad, if I'm being honest. Okay, so this is only 8,000. And let's put on... We gotta do some aerodynamics to it. Yes, Onirin's a sweetheart. And... Let's do quad fins. Not once. I think that should do. All right. Let's find out. Theoster and Ursi. Actually, hold on. Let's do Theoster and Layman. I want to test out something here. Unfortunately, it might be. All right. All right. Time for your completely unguided tour, you fools. You absolute fools. Honestly, not as much as they should, if I'm being honest. Like, okay, let's set it down. There's obviously no SAS module and no pilots. There's a sustainer. Okay. Big rocks from the moon. These guys are just asking for orbital. These guys are just asking for orbital. Let me make sure I've got the right people. Theoster wants to orbit. And Larman wants to orbit. Sass like sassy? Kind of, yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, lighting cat. Oh, geez, Pete's. Not what I want. Not what I want. Not what I want. We're fucked. Okay. Okay. We're starting over from launch. Yeah, you feel when you're in the rocket. Exactly, exactly, exactly. Okay. Let's try that again. Let me take a look at this. Uh, Kerbal nerds. Kerbal nerds. Is there a reason to prefer lunar orbit over polar orbit over equatorial orbit? I'm just kind of curious. Now, I only care about from a fuel efficiency standpoint. Okay, I'm gonna have to be paying really close attention here. Okay, let's. It's gonna be trying to keep us on the north line, going for a polar orbit. Okay. Equatorial's more fuel efficient. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Well, I fucked up on that front. Whoa. You guys should not be this happy about how bad this flight's going for you guys. Oh, I know why this is going so bad. Lol. Well, that one was not a complicated one to figure out what the reason for equatorial goes over more biomes. You've already lost Jeb. I am only playing on I am playing on what do we call it mode? On oh, let's revert to assembly. Yeah, I am playing on normal mode, and I actually don't think it's super hard. What have you got for me, Nana? What have you got for me? Oh, okay. Thank you. Boosters. No, I don't want that at all. I want double. Why is it quadrupling? Oh, I know that's quadrupling. Okay. Jeb would be so dead. Jeb would be dead 1,000 times over. Going too fast in Atmo. Okay, okay. Thank you. Okay, they did pair that. Okay. Yes, you may, Winday. What is your suggestion, Winday? We got multiple people offering to give advice right now, and I'm just like, try to keep it small. Try to keep it small. The Mark II pod has terrible aerodynamics. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Well, let's give this a shot. All right, let's turn. Already drifting like crazy. That can't be right. Okay. Well, I don't have fairings, so RIP on that front. Check your control systems. This one? Yeah, I don't have a lot of options. But I'm trying to save money! But it's money! uh, actually, hold on a second here. I think I might have another problem on here. I might have another problem on here. No, no. Go away. Go away. Those don't look like they are actually attaching to the thing I need them to attach to. Okay, let's... There we go. That looks more accurate. That looks more better. Let's give you... Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Let's save. What? What, Nano? What, Mr. Mancer? What? Most sarcastic cat. Alright. Let's try that. Crapping up with Asahi for that? Alright. So apparently I'm doing something horrible. That's what I'm getting out of this, is I'm doing something horrible. Alright. Oh, wait, hold on. Thrust limiter 40, thrust limiter 40. Just making sure both of them are at 40. And let's go. Okay, so and turn on the sustainer to about 50%. A little bit over 50%. And let's let it get up there for a little bit. Okay. Is it the parachutes? Is the mass from the parachutes enough to do that? Hmm. I've gotten long sticks into orbit. I've gotten single stage long sticks into orbit. It's just extremely inefficient. Lol. Okay. I think Nano might have been fucking with me. Okay, let's set these things to 65%. I am giving it no flight input. I am trying to figure out how it is operating before I bother with it too much. Just feel really exactly Scaldy. You understand me. You understand the vision. Okay. Okay, let's turn you up. Okay. It's handling. Okay. I'm gonna start yawing. Oh, this is the reason why I don't like using fins. By the way. This is the reason why I don't like it. Oh. This is the reason why I don't like it. Okay, let's just keep going up at this for a little bit longer. Yes, I do. I do. It won't have enough thrust without it. I need to start the sustainer at the same time as I start the initial boosters. All right. Let's get a little bit. This should be good, I think. I might not have enough liquid fuel, right? I may not have enough liquid fuel for these purposes. Punch it. Okay, I am in orbit. I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna cut, and I don't think I have enough fuel to actually achieve. You think I do? My understanding right now, right, is I should avoid burn until I'm at current perihelion. And then burn there. I really don't think I do. I think I need, and so that'll happen in. It's called about 2 minutes. Depends on your TWR. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, not perihelion. Hold on. Thank you for helping me out with this. Apoapsis? Apoapsis. Okay, yeah. So at apoapsis, I should increase it in order to push out my periapsis. Because I do not have enough of a circle to actually get around the planets. So I can't bother. So doing radial burns won't matter anyway. Well, I mean, currently the circle doesn't. Currently the circle goes right into the ocean. Okay, I'm getting pretty close to apoapsis. So let's find my prograde. Gotta find my prograde. And feather it in. Okay. There's my prograde. Oop. Still very clumsy with this. Still very clumsy with this. Still very clumsy with this. Okay. Nice. And I'm max thrusting right now. I am max thrusting right now. And need to cut. Okay, I did it. You're right. You are right. You are right. I did have enough. So I can let my stupid little tourists... Can I get a crew report from these schmucks? Oh, okay, it needs the... Okay. Okay. So, let's take a look here. So, oh, they want to... This counts for them. This counts for them. They wanted to do an orbit. So the only question left is to make sure they don't die. Okay. So let's find my retrograde. Or should I... Hold on. Actually, this is just a full-on question. So it says checkmark here that they have orbited around Kerbin. Can that be unchecked if they don't complete an orbit? Because they haven't completed an orbit. They just have an orbit. Okay. Well. Okay, first of all, let's try to stabilize a little bit. Fine, I'll quick save. I can revert back to... That's actually a good... Normally I'm not that worried about it because this game is so generous with the reverting. Okay, hold on. Let's slow down because there's my retro. There's retro. There's retro. There's retro and... Okay, so I found retro. Let's take a look at this orbit. Because I want them to fall into the water around here. Right? I want to be as close to mission command as possible. So I should do retro burn when I'm around here, right? Like around here is where I should initiate a retro burn? Okay. Let's give it a little bit of speed. So, yeah, like if If the Space Center is at 12 o'clock, then I should be shooting for like a 5 o'clock. Like a 5 o'clock retro. Okay. We shouldn't be under acceleration right now at all. Shouldn't be under acceleration at all. And let's start some retroing, right? Let's start a little bit of retroing. Okay. I did a little bit of it. Okay. And cuts. Not where I want to land at all, but yeah, I undershot quite a bit. I'm gonna test something out because this shouldn't get me killed if I try this. I'm gonna try a radial burn. Right. Well, assuming I can do it. Well, anti-radial burn. Let's try an anti-radial burn. Opposite of what I wanted. But that did tell me what I wanted. So radial in. Spend the last of our fuel on radial in. We're learning here. We're learning here because I've never bothered with radial burning. Okay, we're out of fuel. We are fully out of fuel now. That did very little to help me. And I guess... Okay. And let's rotate. We want to be at retro. We want to be rotating into... We want to be in retro because that will get our heat shield. If I'm on retro, that means the heat shield should be active. Okay. Spun way too fast. Spun way too fast. Well, anyway, let's accelerate it. And there's retro. I don't know how much control I will lose when I drop the liquid. Okay. Okay, yeah, I still have a lot of control. I have more control with just the Sputnik. In fact, I have too much control. And let's time warp ahead. And can I not stage the shoots? There we go. Now they're staged. I was going crazy there for a second. And let's just see what happens. Okay. We're about to hit Atmo, so let's find that retro. We want to be at retro, because otherwise that heat shield isn't going to do very much. And we're about to hit Atmo like it's a truck. Moving at 2.5 kilometers. Okay, there we go. Yep. Unlike the command module, this doesn't look like it evens out super evenly into retro. Heat shield is holding. Things are equilibrating. I think we're fine. I think as long as the parachutes are strong enough, as long as I got the right set of parachutes, which I should, I should be okay. Looks like I'm not taking any heat damage. And we're... I'm not seeing any indicator of heat damage so far. We've already fallen to 30,000. So we're still in upper Atmo. Losing speed really fast. I think I hit a right angle, a good angle. Yeah, so Niana, one of the things that I've been thinking about with this, we're below 30,000. A thing that I've been thinking about in this game is that it does not appear that the game includes like the possibility of just bouncing off of the atmosphere by coming in too shallow. It seems like there's no such thing as too shallow of an angle. Okay, we're hitting mid-atmosphere, and we have shed enough velocity that the drogue has gone out. Okay, so these guys are just going to take forever and a half to land. They're going to land in the middle of the night on land. Yes, that one guy. This is a real thing in spaceflight, is that if you try to come into the atmosphere, at too shallow of an angle, so like if you try to come into the atmosphere at too deep of an angle, the ram pressure from hitting the atmosphere will create so much heat that everything you just light on fire. But if you come in at too shallow of an angle, the ram force from you hitting the atmosphere will create enough lift and enough normal force upwards on your entry vehicle that you will not enter the atmosphere. You will basically just bounce off of it like a rock skipping off of water. Real concern. I don't think it's a concern in the game though. Okay, I'm gonna speed up for a little bit here because I think we're safe. Yep. I'm gonna speed up until main chute is safe. Oh, this is like a little bit scary fast. Oh, yeah, there we go. 8 meters per second. Yep. No. Not G-force. Not G-force. No. No. G-forces would be assisting you. G-force would be assisting you. No, I'm talking about ram pressure. I'm talking about ram pressure. Air friction matters for the kinds of speeds that we're worried about with spaceflight, but not nearly as much as ram pressure. Ram pressure is kind of a crazy thing to think about. And it didn't hit me until Randall Munro talked about it, that like you can hit ram pressures so high that you start causing fusion reactions with the atmosphere, which we have not developed a technology where that's like a serious concern. I think it might be a minor concern with what's it called? Railguns. That might be a minor concern with railguns, but I think otherwise I think it just like does not matter with anything else. All right, so we got less than 10 seconds left on this one. And yeah, like the big question I kind of had about this is like, I've got two tourist ones, right? I've got Theoster plus Ursi and Derdus plus Layman. So Derda and Ursi just want suborbital spaceflight. That's like a lot less. I can make a much shittier ship for that. I can make a much more garbage vehicle for suborbital. Okay, they survived. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what that did. Yeah, 1 SRB. Yep. Recovery of a vehicle. 1,000. So 10% recovery, right? The tourists. And let's take a look at missions. Okay, so that does matter. That does matter. Okay, so yeah, let's make a really simple one. Let's make a really simple one. Tourist. Hold on. No. Come on. Cooperate with me, keyboard. Tourist suborbital. Okay. So simple enough. Where is it? Not you. Where is that one? Structural fuselage. No, that doesn't even make sense. Poor Valentina. Poor Valentina. You just exploded her. Oh, these counts utility. Okay. If I recall correctly, I still need to have a Stay-Putnik, because otherwise I can't launch it. Right? Is that correct? I just like literally cannot launch without a Stay-Putnik. And let's put on a TD12 and a hammer. And let's play it safe. That is my recollection of the rules of the game. Ursi, Derdas. Save that. Yeah, I think this is all I do, right? Let's see if this is enough. Nope. Nope, that's very funny, but nope. Now is the time for Bowtie. Thank you, Vovern. Thank you, Vovern. Thank you, Vovern. I mean, let's be as cheap as possible. I'm trying to be super duper cheap here. I'm trying to be super duper cheap here. So let's just try this. 2,100. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. The reversion rules make this... I do feel like the reversion rules are extremely generous. Okay, revert to launch. Let's see. Okay, 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 okay. Where could you possibly be going to? Okay, so let's actually make this a little bit easier on myself. Um, Not the cheapest method, but it is pretty surefire. There. Let's see about this. Let's see about this. A little bit more expensive, but there we go. See? That's all it took. Woohoo! Nope. Not what it took. Total failure. Total failure. But funny. But funny. Failure, but a funny failure. Okay, okay, okay. So let's take these off. Nope. Let's take these off. So center of thrust, center of gravity. Okay, so I do need to have that and that. So the center of gravity is very slightly off center from the center of thrust. So how much does this thing weigh? This thing weighs 0.1 tons. 0.075 tons and 0.1 tons. So that means I need to add another 0.25 tons onto this side. How much do these things weigh? Interestingly, this might do the trick. That might recenter it. Let's give this a shot. Let's give this a shot. There we go. Oh. Never mind. Interesting. Interesting. They just like very suddenly lost control. You aren't going suborbital with that booster. Boo! Boo! But it's so funny. Okay. Okay. We are going into ads. We are going into ads. So I as an old man will have to use the bathroom and be back in a few moments, but please enjoy the fan art and we'll be back soon. Hello, Hoomter, and hello, Hat Lady. Hello, Hat Lady. Hold on, let me give Hat Lady a shout out because I like Hat Lady. The Hatster, the Hatterino. Haven rocks. By the way, shout out to Haven. Shout out to Haven. Haven's really good. How you doing, Hoomter? How you doing, Hoomter? I am currently doing really bad at Kerbal Space Program. Actually, I don't know if I'm doing particularly bad, but I am trying to create the absolute fucking cheapest rocket I can to do bare minimum suborbital flights. Yeah, it does have single player. Yeah, Haven has single player. No, Jeb and I are on good terms. I feel optimistic about my working relationship with Jeb. Yeah, Haven rocks. I don't know if I need. I played it back when there was only straight Haven, but they have added lesbian Haven. And gay dude Haven. So check that out. They have added that since I last played. All right, let's see if this works. 2150. This is so minimalistic. This is so dumb. This sucks so much. If this works. Yeah, hello Matthew. Hello Matthew. Haven is by the Game Bakers, the makers of Fury, who are a French studio that I have a lot of affection for. And the entire soundtrack is by Wave Shaper. Unlike Fury, it is not a very hardcore game. It's a pretty easy JRPG type of game. And you play as a couple of teenagers who have gotten themselves stranded on an alien planet to avoid arranged marriage. That's basically the gist of it. Oh, that was not the direction I expected of me either. Just kind of curious as to how this will go. How high does this look like it's going to go? The answer is not. Hello, Lorekeeper the Forlorn. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I actually, Lorekeeper, I actually really undersold the insanity of it. The actual insanity of the plot is, they are not just escaping arranged marriage. They are part of a interstellar empire. They are members of an interstellar empire, and the entire interstellar empire has a giant computer that does arranged marriage across all of their planets. They have a giant supercomputer that decides on arranged marriage for all of their inhabitants. It's pretty goofy. You know what? I'm gonna state mandated girlfriends. Exactly. State mandated girlfriends. No freedom of love. Okay, hold on a second here. Literally might just be I need to do this. I really liked Haven. I don't think it's as good as... It didn't hit me in the same way that Fury did. But Fury is like a really kind of incomparable work. Center of thrust. I actually don't know how to read the aerodynamic overlay. I'm not going to lie, I think that a lot of the reason why it's written that way is because it's YA dystopia nonsense. right? Uh, have you ever played To the Moon? I've never heard of To the Moon. People have been saying this, Hoomter, and I am exploring options because I have never thought about. I have barely thought about making any merch. It definitely did not occur to me to make plushies ever. I'm just like I'm not a person who buys a lot of things. Uh, it just didn't occur to me. And it appears that this makes me the fool. Okay, let's see. Okay, we so far haven't lost control. I think we might actually hit suborbital. Oh, no. Nope. Okay, hold on. Let's revert flights. I think... okay, there's two possibilities here. So first of all, let's add a stage for the ejecta. And let's... It says revert to vehicle assembly. And let's turn the thrust limiter to 72. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. No. Literally just added that. Okay. The song from a video game that consistently makes me cry is the final song when the piano kicks in when the piano kicks in what's it called? Outer Wilds. That one consistently gets me. Let's take a look. That was pretty much a best case scenario. And it looks like we are not going to hit suborbital. Looks like we are not going to hit suborbital. Okay, hold on. Let's revert to launch and just check. I'm just going to check a definition here. What is the definition of suborbital? Space travel, orbital definitions. Not what I needed. Not what I needed. Not what I needed. Orbits defined. I never finished Transistor. Transistor, like, I don't know what it is. I just couldn't get into Transistor. I just couldn't get into Transistor at all. I really got into Hades. I still haven't picked up Hades 2, but I was really into Hades. I didn't ever fully beat Hades. Yeah, I really loved Bastion. I really liked Bastion. Oh man, I feel really bad. I feel like Hades is like a good example of me not being very good at games. Because I never got above I think I maxed out at like Heat 24 or something like that. Uh Okay, yeah, thank you, Portable Jim. Thank you, Portable Jim. I am not going to hit it with a single hammer. I am not going to hit it with a single hammer. That is not happening. Thank you for making that completely unambiguous. Not happening. A single thumper, though, might do the trick. Yes, thank you. And let's put it down to 60. Save. This is still only 2,700. That's still really cheap. I probably should have done this before. I've only saved myself like 500. Would I say I'm tub thumping? Probably not. Probably not. Chubbawamba is a very funny band, but I would not say I am tub thumping. That is not what I would say about my life. Yes, I did. I did. I did. If people didn't know this, the people who made the song Tub Thumpin' are anarcho-communists. And like the rest of their songs are like the kind of songs you expect from anarcho-communist. And then they decided to just be like, hey, what if we made like a completely stupid pop song? And then it did extremely well. And I think that's deeply, deeply funny. Yeah, yeah, it rocks. They're like, what if? Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna. This is gonna hit it. Uh, it did just hit me that these people might die because I don't think I installed a heat shield on this. I think these people might die. I think we may be seeing a catastrophic failure on our hands. Uh whoops. Whoops. Well, they're coming. Their angle of reentry is like 90 degrees, so I'm not even sure a heat shield will save them. You know what? I'm gonna kill two birds with one stone here. Wait, no, that's the wrong order. Uh, that's the order we want. It's not a matter of. It's not about the jelly. I'm not worried about the. I'm not worried about the impact. I am worried about the heat. Uh. So first of all, let's get in here for a second here. Run test. There we go. That's an emission that's been sitting on here for forever. Okay. Cool. Very little thinking left to do on this one. Uh... Oh, what a surprise. Time warping is causing some control loss. So this might fail, but in a very dumb way. Uh... Oh god, you're tumbling so hard. You're tumbling so hard. This thing's tumbling so hard. It does say orbit. It did transfer over to orbit, so maybe? May as well take a quick save here so I can revert. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yep, they're at high atmo. All right, hi Atmo. Yixel Farmer, thank you for the follow. Pinvo, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. We're about to watch some space tourists get vaporized. Pinvo, what were you up to, Pinvo? Hello, Pinvo. You were the elusive. Oh no, I spelled your name wrong. That's what happened there. I was like, that's the elusive negative category. There you go. You're Robloxing. And hello, Pomni1956. I am also a fan of the Amazing Digital Circus. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am currently playing Kerbal Space Program. I am really enjoying it quite a bit. That was a bad introduction. How is Roblox? My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. I talk a lot about whatever history books I happen to have been reading a lot lately because I am extremely uncle. I paint miniatures. I talk about war games. I do not know very much about anime. People call me Gramps all the time. I'm not going to try to stop them. But yes, how was the Roblox, Pinvo? Hello to Pinvo. Hello to Ghostface Haunts Me. Welcome in, Chicken Stabber. Welcome in, Pomni1956. Welcome in. And obviously, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Looks like that did not count as suborbital. I'm going to revert back to launch and just not use time warp because that appears to have caused destabilization. So just not touching the controls at all. And just letting it ride. I think that got us up to suborbital heights before, but I didn't have a heat shield, so, you know, they would have died. Oh, whoops, hold up. Over to launch. But yes. I don't think anybody will be too surprised to learn that I have never played Roblox. I don't think I would assume nobody finds that terribly surprising. Um, all right, let's see. Let's watch our candle go up. Oh, Agatha 101. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. But yes, I am doing some goofy stuff in Kerbal Space Program. I am specifically trying to see how much I can cut down on costs on a suborbital flight. That's really all I'm doing right now. Yeah, not interesting. I am a lot like Ronan. It's a reason why me and Ronan get along. And it's you know, is one of the things that one of the things that Ronan makes fun of me for is that there's a very critical way in which I am extremely not Ronan, which is that I really try to if I am playing a game where I can even conceivably do it non-violently, I will try to do it non-violently. Uh, the funniest one for me was I tried to beat Carrion without killing anybody. Whereas Ronan's like 100% all in on doing as much violence as possible. And it's not like I don't play violent video games. Yeah, Carrion, look it up. Look it up. Huh. We hit suborbital before. Yeah, Ronan just lets the parasite take over. Nope, not good enough. What's going on here? Uh, uh I feel like I play a lot of violent video games, and I like taking the break. I like to take it a break. You know. Uh, I like to take it a break when I can. I am also really always concerned with like what are the limits of a system. I'm a lot of it just kind of comes down to me being like a contrarian little jackass. Uh, okay, so the heat shield has been tested. I am genuinely kind of curious if this is how I can get the hammer going. Uh, yes, Liquins. Yes, Liquins. Uh, oh, hold up. Um, I really want to see what the limits of a system are. Uh, all right. Let's see. I'm already feeling not optimistic about this one. I'm already feeling a lot less optimism. Well, okay, there's no way. All right, let's try it. Let's try it again. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Uh, looking for way. Yeah. Uh, run test and my billionaire ICBM. Oh, even worse. Hello, Moon. Yeah, it's no good. That's no good. Um. Uh. Let's do some center of mass. So there's my center of thrust. And there's my center of mass, and there's my aerodynamic overlay. Uh. Do we want that? Let's try that. And run that test. I don't know why the stages are laid out like this, but who am I to judge? I mean, I know exactly who I am to judge. I am the person who... I am the god here. Uh... do I need to... I might need to increase the thrust a little bit more, just like... More Kerbals. Hello, Riddle Atelier. Like I really like this game. I really like this game. I am sorry. I hope it's not boring for people to watch me just like repeatedly run tests over and over again. Let's move the aerodynamic center up to the center of mass. It's nostalgic. Okay. Yeah, like I don't know. There's this pressure that you feel when you are a streamer to like keep things moving. To like keep things moving at a certain pace. Okay, hold on. Hello, beautiful angel. Hello. I don't get why the staging is like this. All right, let's try this. Let's see. I should have been taking notes on like when it's been losing control. So 1200, I'm losing control. I don't have a name for him. I don't have a name. I'm really bad at coming up with names, so I just never came up with a name. He's just my little guy. Mwah. A little guy who I'm giving a little kiss to, a little smooch to. Mwah. That's what I got. Chaos here. Okay, hold up. We need... We don't want retrograde or prograde. We want flat out freaking vertical. We're gonna fail. We're gonna fail. There's no way. There's no way. Yep, no way. Hello, lesbian cats. Hello. Yeah, cutie moth is pretty good. I kind of figure that the naming will be part of the actual affiliate anniversary when we get there. I figure that'll kind of be what we do when I get there. Okay, so definite problem there. Let's test something out here. So let's do a center of mass analysis here. Let's put another set of fins up here. Okay. Hello, Rifter. Hello, Rifter. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I already talked to you. Yeah. Not enough fins. And... No. No, I don't want to do it all. Now what I want to do? Let me... Something like that. Something like that. My desperate desire to just launch these stupid tourists into space and not be like remotely responsible at what happens with them. Let me get in there. Run test. There we go. No. I hate that. I hate how it's like staging in the weirdest way possible. These are the weird... I don't know why it's staging in such a strange way. No, not the decoupler. There we go. Miniature heat shield. Let's just see what happens here. I'm not optimistic. And as I've mentioned before, I've never played Roblox. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I have no idea, man. I think I need to increase the impulse on this booster a little bit. Let's... Okay. That thing stresses me the fuck out. Okay. Oh, this is a bad sign. Oh my god. What a terrible sign. Okay, hold on. Let's get back to vehicle assembly. I think I know... Okay, so clearly there's a center of mass problem here. Yeah, there's clearly a center of mass problem here. The center of mass for this stage needs to be much lower, is what I'm getting out of this. Oddly, I think the fins might actually be the way to do this. I don't really know what else like adds mass as cheaply as fins. Uh, is that the decoupler? I'm just gonna get rid of you because you've been annoying the crap out of me. Okay. I don't think it is like the good solution, but it might be the solution. I'm not feeling optimistic about it though. Gotta tell you the truth. Alright, let's try this. Because there's a much simpler solution, right? There's a much, much, much simpler solution. Why are the stages like this? Sorry, this is just really annoying to me. Why are the stages like this? Like, these are not intuitive stages at all. Physics wasn't my best, but it was definitely far from my worst. My worst was definitely art. Art. It was definitely art. No question about it. My worst science was biology, and biology has continued to be my worst among the sciences. I'm very weak at biology. Uh, oh. Uh, I didn't ever do neuro. Neuro was not something I did not. I never even got to neuro. Um, I am so confused as to why I was able to get far before. My best was chemistry. Yeah, my best was my best personally was very much chemistry. Uh, uh, the subjects I was strong in school would have been. I was fairly strong with. I was all right with languages. I was okay at chemistry. I was pretty decent at history and sociology, and like civics and pre-law stuff. Math I was all right with. I was really not bad with math. Um, uh, Okay, not good enough. Not good enough. What is the deal here? What is the deal here? Okay. Okay, so this is 3,000. What can I get away with? Yeah, band would. I was not even allowed near the band. That one was not happening. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Let's try. I'll just try putting on a set of control surfaces. Bilaterally symmetric wings. Okay, let's just give this a shot. You don't think you need more than one piccolo? Yeah, I am like authentically hard of hearing, so like that was like a horrible. Okay, I can't really yaw. So, nope. Revert to vehicle assembly. Okay. This will at least give me both yaw and pitch control. All right. Yeah, this at least gives me full axis of controls. This is the minimum expense to have full axis of controls. All right, Hunter, have a good night. Have a good night. I thought you had woken up, to be honest. I thought this was morning for you. I was surprised that you were staying up till this. Please have a good night then. Please have a good night then. This is very late o'clock for you. You got back from work. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes. Please get some rest. Please get some rest. Oh, Starfire687. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's watch this thing tumble insanely. Okay, we're less than halfway up the parabola and we're at 39,000, so we should break 70,000. Thank you, Starfire. Thank you, Starfire. Let's see. So it's telling us that we're in orbital. And there's 70K. That is suborbital. That is suborbital. Okay. It took us an enormous amount of effort to produce a sub $5,000 suborbital tourist container, but we have done it. Now we just need to hope that they don't die. That's where we're at right now. This was an incredible experience in cost-cutting measures. This was a... They didn't pay for the insurance. Oh, and we're just praying. I'm just gonna hit deploy shoots. We're really just counting. Hold on, no, I'm gonna disarm these. Let's disarm these. Let's see if we survive basic re-entry first, which we might not. This thing is going to hit atmosphere at like a hammer. $50 to go to space, $50 million to make it back. So true. The contract does stipulate that they have to survive. That is in fact in the contract. That is part of the contract. Is that they make it back. That is in there. I did not manage to get that to squeeze that part of the fine print out. You knew your plan had a flaw. Yeah. Yep. Now let's getting to space is cheaper than staying in space. Extremely true. Achieving orbital velocity is a lot of the trick. I think orbital velocity for the Kerbs is for Kerbin is like 3,000, like 2,000 or 3,000, right? Orbital velocity for Earth is 7,000, which is really rough. That's like a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy. Let's see. Okay, we have hit Atmo. We have hit Atmo, but oh boy, I don't like that at all. Please get off of... I'm trying to get it to... There we go. This is what I want. This is what I want. Yes, there we go. Good. I want to be on retrograde. Oh god, I was talking with my... Thank you, Starfire. This is something that me and my... Oh. That's not intentional. Well, whatever. Fuck it. Oh, hold up. Me and my dad wound up talking about that, okay, so the drogue is on, but... Safe to deploy. Deploy, damn you! Deploy, damn you! Are you serious? Okay. Disarm them, then ran out of power. Okay, thank you. We're about to find out. Not a lot of boom has happened, Noise Marine, but mostly because I keep on resetting before anybody dies. And hello, Queen Ray Wraith 535. Thank you for the follow. They're having a nice time there. Yeah, but I'm just interested in experimenting with things, Noise Marine. I'm sorry to say. I think these guys are going to die. Yeah, these guys are fucked. Oh, wait, hold up. They're alive. They're alive. It counts. Yep. Yeah, it only destroyed the well, it was only 30 meters per second. It was 30 meters per second, which is still really rad. I would not like to get punched at 30 meters per second. Okay, so this is the big thing. I have to do a mooner flyby. A mooner flyby. That's my big thing. Any landing you can walk away from. True. So true. So true. Okay. Okay, so these guys want me to do some EVA observations, which is kind of tempting just to get the experience of doing EVA like that. This is also pretty tempting, right? Let's we are about to go into ads, so I'm thinking about what to do. So I can't do EVAs until I upgrade this, this might be the time to do it. Admin, let's take a look at admin. I have currently, my active strategy is currently outsourced R&D, which is I lose money to get more science, which I am pretty happy to keep doing. This is also really tempting because I need science, but I only oh, that's how this works. Okay. I feel like my reputation, I don't actually know this for a fact. I feel like my reputation is strong. I feel like I'm gaining reputation much faster than I'm gaining science, and science is like where I'm really limited. Science feels really limiting to me right now. I know that people said like science is like where like the big way that you get science is from like off-world stuff, but like I can't land on off-world stuff because of a lack of science, and I am gaining reputation pretty aggressively. So like I can sacrifice 100% of my reputation for science, and then that'll give me science pretty quick for a lot of this tourist crap that I'm doing. Just on Kerbal. We only get it like the first time you've done it. I've actually done quite a lot of that. I could focus on flights, which I don't have, right? I don't have actual aviation. I think if I focus on aviation, I could get a lot of that, but I think I'm really struggling to target specific locations on Kerbin in that way. Oh, here's an easy contract. This is an easy one. And see, this would get me 10 science, right? Just for doing it, which is like not a ton. I know it's not like a ton, but like it's not nothing, right? All right. We are going into the commercials. So I will, as I always do. Also, hello, Luminyao, thank you. Welcome in. So we're going to go look at the ads, look at the fan art, and we'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, all right, folks. I maybe should start. I've talked about it before, and I might actually do it. Might actually increase the ad breaks to 5 minutes because I never am actually done in 3 minutes. That just never happens. All right, let's take a look here. So periapsis. This one's easy. This one's easy. I will take this one, and I will take this one. And let's go over to admin. Okay. So, okay, so I am going to be trying to set myself up for Mooner flybys, which is something that I have been intending to do basically this entire time. You know, that's really kind of been on my agenda for all of today. So let's think about this. So, which ones have I gotten there? Long has gotten there. This has gotten into to the moon and back. This motherfucker has gotten to the moon and back. This motherfucker's gotten to the moon and back. I'm gonna cancel that. And I could max out 25. That's pretty expensive, but let's go with it. That's a possibility, Winday. I have 6, right? I have 6 passenger commitments. I have 6 passenger commitments. Let's go back out there. Let's go back out there, right? So I just took 6 contract commitments. Well, okay. Remember your rocketry equation, Winday. Remember your rocketry equation. Each kilogram of cargo has an exponential effect on the amount of fuel needed. Okay? Right? That's the big issue. The other thing that I'm thinking about is that there's no way this is the most efficient way for me to get to the moon. Like, I was definitely not taking particularly efficient flights to get to the moon. This thing is almost certainly overkill in terms of Delta V requirements, right? Like, there's almost certainly way too much. So that's... okay. Yes, yes. But exponentials are really harsh. Uh, exponentials are really harsh. I think the I am probably going to do it as 3 trips. Uh, I think 3 trips might be the way to go. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. 1x passenger is stable on reentry, 2x is unstable. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. Thank you. That's a pretty good point. Well, hold on. Let's I'm just thinking about this thing like as what it is, right? So there's a uh I can almost certainly make a less ridiculous vehicle, right? I can almost certainly make a less ridiculous vehicle. So let's start a new one. Don't save. Hello, Juno Cristina. It's my little guy. It's my little guy. Mwah. It's my little guy. It's my little guy. He's my little guy. But welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's put double drags on here. How are you doing? How are you doing? Don't need an inline reaction wheel. Yes, yes. I am blind on KSP. I am a new player. I have not played until like last week. I am still very much learning. I would say I'm quite bad. In fact, is actually probably the correct terminology for it. I think that's the actual term I'm looking for, is bad. Okay, here's a question, folks. Here's a question, folks. Here's my most elementary mission module up here. This is the elementary mission module. Pilots, 2 tourists, heat, and a coupler to the rest of the rockets. Hold up. Tourist mooner. So this is pretty elementary. I think, contrary to how I did it last time, so the Terrier is really efficient once I'm in space with fuel, right? It's really fuel efficient in space. Well, hold on. Let me do this for a second. Let me do some calculations, right? You know, why not? Discard. Yes. Cancel. I don't want to do that. Liberation Seraph. Okay. Okay. So thruster. Oh, I hate that it does it this way. Thruster, and let's put it up to 15 because I'm old. Thruster, TV, FPS. Okay, and then thrust per fuel. Because units will cancel out, right? Because thrust is in kilonewtons, so that's got a time variance, so the FPS will cancel out. Oh, no, I care about the ISP, right? No, I care about I care about TV. I care about TV. I care about TV. So Terrier 60 1.596 there's a thing about oxidizing that might matter. You know, actually, why not? Why not? We're doing OPS because we will have a limiting factor here, so we needed to think about that eventually. 1.951. Okay, so Terrier. So Reliance 240. 7.105, 8.684, and Swivel. Swivel is 215, 6.166, 7.536. Okay, so equals just some simple calculations, and then hello, Kari. Hello, Kari. Hold on a second. Got to shout out Kari. Kari could probably do this in her sleep because she is, like, smart in a way that I absolutely am not. Okay. Okay, so the Terrier is absolutely more efficient once we're in orbit. Okay, so this is kind of my read of the situation, is that my strategy is to use a booster and is to use a boost stage and then a sustain stage, and the sustain will get me into orbit. And then once I am in orbit, I will eject the sustainer and use the sustainer. I'm sorry, and then use the Terrier to climb into an intercept orbit with the moon. Not really, I don't think. I mean, Carrie, where'd the job be? We all know that the money's in VTubing. We don't know, that's where the big bucks are. Okay, so this actually does give me a little bit of playing around with things. So let's do something here. FO so equals C2 divided by, so 81%. 81%. Okay, they all want about 81%. I don't know if that changes anything. Fuel containers. So let's see, the T100, T200, and the T400. Well, it's not exactly VTubing. There is still work that goes into it. Exactly, exactly. I have known some people who work JPL. So I do know, like, I don't know nothing about it, right? Uh, I don't know nothing. I should ask, okay, these all have basically this, ideal mixes. Uh, Gene Famous Production Studio. Yes, exactly, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whereas my streams, I just cast some magic, and you see me in a portrait staring down at you. Uh, okay, here's the question here. So, um, let's say I want 1,000 Delta V's for the Terrier stage, right? I want 1,000 Delta V's for the Terrier stage. So let's put that there. How much Delta V is that? 400. Okay, so something like this. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Rocketry equation is taking over here, baby. Rocketry equation is taking over here. Okay. Okay. Wow. Already feeling nervous about this. Already feeling quite nervous about this as a strategy. Okay. Um. So we're at 1,000. I'm not liking it. So okay, Haven Stranger. Let me explain my logic. Let me explain what my plan is. And I don't know if it's a good plan. My plan is the Terrier has the best fuel thrust ratio out of any of the liquid engines. And so my plan was to do a bare minimum to achieve low Kerbal orbits and then eject everything but the Terrier stage, and the Terrier stage is going to intercept the moon. I don't know if that's actually a good idea. But the idea would not be engage the Terrier until we are into orbit. Yeah, moon flyby. Moon flyby. Everything else is just getting us out into orbit. I don't know if this is actually a good idea. Like that's really kind of the punchline here. You think so? All right, thank you for that. Yeah, five is excessive. Okay. Where'd the Terrier go? Okay. You really think 700 Delta V's? No, the Terrier can't even get 2 space. Yeah, the Terrier can't even get 2 space. Really think 700, less than 700 Delta V's is enough to get out of Kerbal low orbit? That's the part where I'm like really getting caught up on. No, I'm doing a flyby. I'm doing a flyby. Yeah, so 700 is going to be way too low. Oh, really? Okay, thank you. Hold on. How do I do that? Delta V calculator? Oh, wow, thank you. Thank you. Wow, thank you, Portable Jim. Wow. That's a huge difference. Okay. Okay, so I should have safely enough. I should have safely enough. I was like deeply worried. I was like, I think I'm gonna get stranded. I think I'm gonna like get captured by lunar orbit and just die. I thought that I was worried that the addition of the tourists was going to be enough to get me just completely murdered. Uh, let's see, sea level. Um, and this is going to be a. Let's take a look at this. What's the next best one? All right, no, hold on. I care about TA. Obviously TA for this thing is pathetic. 14783. Reliant is going to be 205.161 kilonewtons. And then 167.969. Okay, so hold up. Let's TV, and then this column turns out to be useless. And then okay, so TAF, TAO, which doesn't really change anything very much, equals 2 divided by. Okay, I'm not surprised by that. Equal B2 divided by E2. Yeah, not surprising at all. Okay. So it's the Reliant. So the Reliant has 1200. And well, yeah, gotta remember to do. Well, hold on. Let's just put it on there just to see what happens. 1100. So it's like 2000. That's not enough. That's not enough. Let's add a little bit more fuel. Uh, let's put a thrust limiter here of 70. I don't think this will work. This is probably not enough. But I'm not feeling that bad about it, if I'm honest. Crew, yeah, we want Jeb. We're just going to be putting in everybody on this. Okay. Okay, and let's take a quick save. Let's get over to the launch sites and do a quick save. It's so floppy. Let's throttle a little bit. It has gimbal for oh, so I've got no steering on this thing? YOLO, I guess. Let's give that sass some work. Matthew, hello! You already been here. Thank you for the 10 months.
Liggend streepje wijs liggend streepje subscribed voor 10 months.
Alright. Okay. And we're exiting the thick atmosphere so I can feel a bit more comfortable vectoring a little bit stronger. Disabling SAS. Okay, and... Okay, we're into thin atmosphere when the solids ran out. Okay, the solids did not detach properly. I hate that. Let's try nearly leveling out at this point. And use a stability assist here. Yup, it does look like that. I don't have the upgrade that lets me tell how high my apoapsis is, so I have to estimate it at like 120 or so. Is what it looks like to me. Maneuver mode. Apoapsis is 142k. And periapsis is negative 498. Okay, advisement time here. Is it worth it for me to just start sharding the intercepts, or should I, yeah, I think I charted a bad course. Should I just start sharding the intercepts with the moon, or should I try to create a stable orbit around Kerbin? That's the question I've got. Get to stable first? Okay. Okay. All right. So apoapsis is still 143. I didn't know you could do this. So periapsis is decreasing very slowly. And I want my periapsis to be above 70. Right? I don't know if I've got enough fuel. Oh, Mick Schwartz too. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hold on, let me grab my keyboard. Welcome in, Raiders. Mick Schwartz. Mick Schwartz too. Hold on, let me make sure I'm getting your name spelled right. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Hold on. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of Kerbal Space Program today. I mostly do calligraphy and paint miniatures. What type of art were you doing? What art were you doing, Mr. McSchwartz? And KSP. I am enjoying this a lot. This is blind. I am allowing some backseating. Try not to get too intense about it. Murray Franz, thank you for the follow. Fooling around and being bad at the game is part of the fun. So please don't get too intense about telling me what to do. Though I do appear to have really screwed up my... You've been rigging live 2D. That's a very challenging art form. That's a very, very challenging art form. So I applaud you. I applaud you. Okay, periapsis is about to fall below 100. Yeah, this should tell you a lot about how I play this kind of game, Mick Schwartz. Is this still a viable mission? Okay, hold up. Now we're almost in stable orbit. Okay. Cut. Oh, nope. That's not cut. That's cut. We're in stable orbit. We've got 1495. We're in a stable orbit right now. This is the part that I find really tricky, is the timing of it. So if I start burning now to increase my let me think about this. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about this. So oh, I'm sorry. Let me finish the spiel. Yes, I do a lot of calligraphy. I paint miniatures a lot. Those are kind of my two main contents. Those are kind of my two main forms of content. So right now is a terrible time. I have been. This is my first. This is my second stream playing Kerbal Space Program. I am still very new. You have no idea what's going on. You love it. Well, okay. So I can back up and explain for the people who are just kind of following along at home. The fundamental unit of measure for space flight is the delta V. That's the fundamental unit is the space flight. And we are currently in a stable orbit. Some important numbers to kind of know are that the atmosphere on my planet it starts to become interferent around 68 or 65 kilometers. So that means that if you have a periapsis, that's to say the lowest point in your stable orbit is below 65K, it is no longer a stable orbit. It is no longer a stable orbit unless you have an enormous amount of velocity. So we are in a stable orbit around here, around Kerbin, and we want to be in a stable... We want to do a flyby of the moon. that is our goal right now, is to go from Kerbin to the moon. And the way that we do that is by juicing our orbital, is by pumping thrust into our orbital to increase the apoapsis until it exceeds 11 million meters. Until it exceeds 11 million meters. I do have to ask the people who have given me this piece of advice that is about moonrise. Is that moonrise like does it matter which direction your orbit is? Because that should be changing, right? It should be different depending on which, because I am orbiting in the same direction as the moon, but if you're orbiting in the opposite direction from the moon, it should be quite a bit shorter. Because the way that the moonrise will happen is that it will be me overtaking the moon. Which should happen in 3/4. I have done one Haven Stranger, and it was very dangerous, and it nearly got Jebediah killed. It was a very close run thing. Yeah. If you're going in the opposite rotation, you would need to start sooner. Slowly increase your orbit until you meet the moon's orbit, but that requires some good calculations. Well, I do like calculations. It is likely we will do it smoother this time. The big danger that happened last time, Haven, the big thing that made it, yeah, I don't have maneuver nodes unlocked. I might have the money to do it, to be honest. I might, be able to do it. Right now. Let's see. How do I get to Kerbin? How do I get back there? Right, I can go to my space center. I think it's mission control is what unlocks maneuver nodes. Tracking station upgrade required for flight planning. Okay. Patched conics. I might not have enough money to do both of those. I don't have enough money to do both of those. I legitimately don't have enough money to do both of those. We're gonna have to do it. Yeah. But yeah, the big, even without nodes, right, all right. Tracking center. Not the smoothest way to do things. Leave facilities. What is patch conics? what is patch conics? Means you're able to see more than one section of your trajectory. Oh. Okay, yes, that was the problem I had last time. That will make a huge difference because I didn't have that and I didn't think about it very hard. So I absolutely like when I hit lunar orbit, I completely had no idea. I was like the situation was completely out of control when I hit lunar orbit. Okay, I don't want the normals. I don't want the radials. What am I doing? I want the prograde, right? Oh, there's a retro. All right, I want the prograde. And Moonrise isn't for a minute. But yeah, so yeah, that was what happened last time. Was like once I hit lunar orbit, it was completely chaos. It was just complete chaos, and I nearly lost the mission. And you know, beloved Jeb. Jeb is having such a lovely time. So if I am reading this correctly, I will see Moonrise sometime after Apoapsis. Yeah, Jeb is having such a good time. Whereas the two tourists, uh, the two tourists are just like, oh my god, they're so bored. They've just realized that they're in here for 16 hours and they've got like 40 hours. Might be a bit before. I'm just trying to keep track of the fact that the moon is also moving, right? I'm gonna time warp us a little bit. I'm sorry, this is taking forever. Yeah, we're on opposite sides right now. 5x. Yeah, that'll change when I'm closer. Yep. I am still, you know, almost complete transpose from it, right? Yeah, it'll happen a little bit before Apoapsis, I think. Okay. So my understanding, right, is that like from this view, if once the moon is no longer intercepting, yeah. Let's fiddle a bit with that nav ball. I'm gonna increase to 5x for a minute. down to 1. Still a little bit of time left. See the moon in clearly, and then switch to map view once the burn is underway, so you can see the orbits clearly. Yep, that was my plan. That was exactly my plan. Okay, moonrise is going to be pretty soon. So increasing. Hello, Fizzbus. Hello, Fizzbus. It's nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking. I feel like my initial burn on this launch was not good. And so I am worried that I am a little bit low on fuel. And should I be going to max burn, or should I be slowly tamping it up? That's the moon. I guess I'm gonna blast it. Okay. Let's try to keep us clearly in there. You can see apoapsis is increasing quite quickly. Apoapsis has already gone up to 1 million. And I was already up to 1.5 million. 2 million. Again, we're trying to go up to about 11 million. It's the Oberth effect. Okay, I don't know. I don't understand Oberth effect. Okay, I'm going to start tamping down. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's the moon. So it looks like, if I am reading this correctly, that's going to be a flyby. Okay, that is going to be a flyby. Okay, okay. Wow, that makes a huge difference. That makes a huge difference. Okay, okay. And then I'm guessing that once I leave the Mooner field of gravity, once I'm around here, I want to start retro burning in order to get my periapsis below 70 kilometers. You know what? That's not even a question. That's not a question. That's a statement. That's not a statement. That's a question. So if I click warp here, does that just cause time to speed up until we hit that point? I'm going to take another quick save just to make sure that this doesn't bug out. Save game. Warp here. Yeah, but there are a lot of physics glitches. So, okay. 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 Now we're at 1. Fly by the moon. And that's Isabel and Rodney, who are 2 of mine. Let's take a look from the mission capsule's perspective. Okay, can I do a crew reports? Okay, I will take that. I will take that. One glitch user error is clicking into a future orbit. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Matthew, have a good night. Thank you for being here. No! Okay. Okay, so there's Moon Encounter. There's Moon Periapsis. Okay. Save early, save often. Yup. Spacebar being so, strong. You know what? Cannot transmit data. Okay, you know what? Keep experiments. No! Chicago politics, hell yeah. No, I know Chicago. I'm familiar with Chicago politics. I remember that. I was there. Remember, I'm old. Warp here. Now, not to hit spacebar this time. Yeah, I am doing it a lot. I feel very silly. There's Kerbin. There's Moon. Crew reports. Keep reports. Okay. Vote daily. Yeah, three or four times a day if you can. May as well warp to there. I was a little bit worried that I was just going to flat out slam right into the moon. Okay, and so my read is that somewhere around here is when I should be retro burning. You know what? I am going to pause here for the restroom break. I'm going to pause here for the restroom break. Enjoy the fan art, folks. We'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. All right, I am back. I am back. I am back. All right. I'm going to start retro burning. I'm going to start retro burning. Periapsis is still 900,000, still 900 kilometers. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to do it at Apoapsis because I was still within Mooner influence. And I was afraid that might cause, like, chaotic changes. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay, hold on. No, that's an easy change. Whoops. Thank you. This one's fine. Yeah, I turned off OBS preview. I turned off OBS preview because I haven't started burn, by the way. I turned off OBS preview because OBS has been, like, really hungry of late. Okay, throttling inward. Okay, periapsis is declining really fast. Periapsis is declining really, really fast. Let's get periapsis to like 30 or 40. Okay. Oh, okay. Periapsis is 14. Periapsis is 14. Yeah, I don't have preview on, so I don't even know if that's the yeah, well, it's a little bit late. 4 hours, okay. Well, let's ejecta and let's warpa. I probably could have launched the second one with Valentina. That probably would have been fine. Okay, so what's our current height? Current height is 70, and let's make sure we're looking retro, right? That's pro. That's retro. That's retro. Want to be looking retro. When we hit that soup. Oh, I do? Huh. The more you know. I had no idea. Hello, Cheesily. Hello, Cheesily. I'm up. Gonna burning things up, burning up my components. Cooking things. We're cooking. We're getting cooked. We're cooked, chat. That's what those red buttons are for? Oh my goodness, that's what those do? I thought those were just like I thought those were just like indicators of some kind. Oh my goodness, okay. I think we may have shed enough heat that we're surviving. Hold on. Okay, we're good. We're good. Assuming that the parachutes aren't damaged. We're good. If the parachutes are cooked, actually if the drags are okay, I think we're okay. But okay, we're fine. We're fine. They're fine. Yeah, this is Kerbal Space Program. It is the space program that you curb in. We are it's hard to see anything right now because we're on the dark side of the planet. But this was a mission to take 2 tourists to fly to the moon and back. Okay. Okay. And I kind of like to watch Touchdown. Okay. So yes, this is a game where you run a space program, but it's modeled somewhat after like a very a cute science fiction-y version of the American Apollo program. And I am still in the early game, or like, I mean, depending on your perspective. Yeah, so Fry's first delivery on Futurama. We did not touch down. It's a toy-sized solar system rocket parts that stick together like Lego. That is so fair. That is so valid. That is so valid. If I am recalling correctly, I do need to change my rocket because I think, if I recall correctly, it's been a minute. The solid rocket boosters did not detach properly. So we will want to revisit that. Because that's pretty bad, if we're being honest. Sorry, I need to add some more music on my back end. Yeah. I always struggle with telling when I've gotten them to do that properly. I've always struggled with telling when I have done that accurately as opposed to inaccurately. I definitely have trouble with that one. Got about 10 seconds left. That's what I thought that's what's been happening, right? That is what has been happening is, okay. So, recover vessel. Let's take a look at what we pulled off. We did get 10 science for our trouble. Okay. Yep, we got 2 science. We got 12 science. 1,100 parts recovered. And 0 reputation. That's funny. I thought I did see a tiny gap, but I must not have. Okay. Okay. So we're going to have to load that one up. Tourist Mooner. Tourist Mooner and quadrilateral symmetry. That looks correct. Yeah, I did satisfy 2 of the tourists. Yep. So let's put those 2 there. I think this is a preferential staging. I think this is our preferential staging right now, right? And let me think about this. Sorry, I'm kind of like just like I need like more music. Give me. Okay. Whatever. Let's go. Okay. So let's launch this. Okay, so I probably want to be in maneuver mode, right? And let's shift up the throttle a little bit. I actually want to initiate 4 and 5 at the same time. Okay. And let's try this. Let's do a quick save here, right? Let's do a quick save here. After that. Okay, and once we're at... Let's start maneuvering here. Entering middle atmosphere. There we go. Detached properly. Okay. Leaving upper atmosphere. I think at this point I kind of want to be pretty close to leveling off. I'm still struggling with like just like doing the controls at a very basic level. I keep on rolling when I mean to yaw. Yeah, my apoapsis is 90 kilometers right now, so... And... I'm gonna try something fancy, right? I'm gonna try something fancy. So periapsis is still... So my plan, right, is that once I achieve stable orbit, or I could do it right now, but I think I'm going to wait until I achieve stable orbit. Then I'm going to launch Valentina with the second set of tourists, and I will spin plates on trying to figure out how to do lunar flybys with both. That's my plan. Totally horizon level. Okay. And now the Terrier is engaged. This is looking so far like a better orbital insertion, but still not a great one. I think I'd need to do a little bit more aggressive gravity turning earlier. Jeb is so happy right now. Okay, periapsis is climbing pretty quickly. Until more like T minus 20. Okay, okay. Still, I need to. I'm not going to bother until I feel comfortable with the parry. Okay, parry is now positive. Oh. Not sure what that was about. Let's keep on going until parry is at 80. Okay, cut. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. Let's go to the Space Center. And let's load up mission number 2. The closer you are to AP, the less AP changes more. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yes. My understanding, right? This is me not, because I know that there are some people here who are even less knowledgeable about the game than I am. My understanding is that the more that you can your apoapsis and your periap, what I should say, whenever you hit thrust, right? Whenever you hit thrust, the most that will change your direction is the most that will change your direction is when you are what's the word I'm looking for here? At the furthest point in your orbit. So you will have the most influence on your apoapsis when you are at periapsis, and vice versa. You have the most effect on your periapsis when you are at apoapsis. All right. All right. Let's throttle up a little bit. And ignition. And changes over to maneuver mode. And at 1 kilometer, I'll begin maneuver. Or not. Yes, at 1 kilometer, I will begin maneuver. I'll begin yawing. We're managing to stick pretty hard into prograde. Yeah, so you change periapsis when you're at apoapsis and vice versa. Okay, gonna throttle down a little bit. Oh wait, nope. Need to throttle up. Oh god, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is doing. This is chaos. I am nearly retro. That is not where I want to be. I'm nearly normal, I should say. I'm nearly normal. That's not where I want to be. I want to be in line with my pro grade. That was bad. That was a bad maneuver. All right, let's level out here. Let's level out here and cut that. I'm gonna try to follow that advice about periapsis. So I'm at 0. This is gonna be very inclined. Yeah, I am not happy about that. Is it worth trying to add velocity to get myself back off of incline? Or no? I'm inclined to say it's just accept these as the consequences of some bad rolling during liftoff. Okay. Full burn. Oh no, this is terrible. Actually, this is terrible. It's worth it. It's worth it to. I'm gonna try to. I think I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna try to establish. Oh yeah, this is really bad. Actually, this is really bad. I might want to abort. Oh, and there it is. There it is. There's the normal. Hello, normal. Uh, I think once the normal hits north, then I'll be fine. I think I'm recovering, to be honest. Given the amount of fuel I've got left in here, I think it's actually okay. Well, actually, no, hold on. I still haven't flattened out my orbit. So it's... and then... Slap to prograde. Does spook me a little bit to have my prograde be that far below the horizontal. In fact, I'm going to level that out, actually. Nope. Turn that off. Yeah, this might be a revert. If I fall below 1,000, I'll probably revert. If I fall below 1,000 before I hit stable orbit, I'll probably revert, which is looking pretty likely. Hoo boy. Yep. We're cooked. Revert to launch. Okay. Turn on stability assist. Throttle up to half. And we go. And start adding yaw here. Just a little bit of gentle yawing. Okay, I can see. I need to be keeping a little bit more manual control on the pitch. Not on the pitch, on the roll. Keep yawing. Let's turn it on to maneuver mode. Apoapsis is... Okay. It's 80 kilometers, so I'm just gonna try to keep the nav ball at close to 90 heading. And I think we're actually pretty much at the point where I want to get us pretty close to level. It's not the most fuel efficient. But that's why I'll just down throttle a little bit more, down to a quarter throttle as we go into vacuum. Okay, there we go. And level out. Hi, Tayamichi. Hi, Tayamichi. I might be using too much SRB. There might be too much SRB for this because my apoapsis is still like over 100. It's still going to wind up at over 100. Let's take a look here. Yeah, apoapsis is still in a minute. And all right. Yeah. I just can't quite figure out how to not get that high. I was yawing really aggressively really early. Yeah, that was my plan. That was my plan, Haven Stranger. That was pretty much read me exactly. And we'll be stage 3 will pretty much be over in advance of that. Actually, pretty much around then. Like stage 3 will pretty much end right around then. And that's T minus 30. Periapsis is still 350 kilometers. You know what? We're in full prograde while at horizontal, so there's not much of a reason to be coy. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna let Valentina handle this. She's a big girl. Full prograde. We are losing periapsis at about 5 kilometers per second from my estimation. So another 30 seconds or so. Biden throttle off and goes, whoops. That makes me a dingbat. That makes me a dingbat. That means I was speaking faster than I was thinking. Periapsis is positive. Periapsis is target. Periapsis is target. So let's go over to the Space Center. Let's take a look at the tracking station. Okay. Okay, and let's... Both very low eccentricity orbits. Oddly, so it looks like not a good time for Jeb to go up, but Valentina I might be able to just go up like soon. If I'm reading this correctly, like or is this let's fly this one. Which one's this? This is Valentina. So Valentina seems closer to Moonrise than yeah, Valentina's closer to Moonrise. So Valentina is Valentina's going to enter window pretty soon. So they're fully going to lap the people who left earlier. Fully going to lap them. Oh yeah, that's pretty soon. That's pretty soon. And her eccentricity is actually way better. Her intercept is going to be way smoother. Let's lock you into prograde. Okay, and we wait a few minutes. Entirely Jeb's fault for twiddling his thumbs for so long. Yeah. Totally not my fault. Totally not. I was totally not the agent of destruction in Jebediah's mission failure. It's kind of funny. I wonder if I should be leaning more into the my space aesthetic, because there's a bunch of games I've really loved streaming that are very space centric. Outer Wilds is one I really love streaming, and I might do it again. Even though like I didn't stream it blind, I just like I streamed the DLC blind. Valentina's pretty happy. Jebediah's terrifying, Juno. Jebediah experiences absolutely no fear, no matter what happens. There's Moonrise entering thrust. Okay. I wonder if I'll be able to see Jeb. Yeah, Jeb should be around here. Jeb should be somewhere in here. I don't know. I was saying Outer Wilds, not Outer Worlds. I haven't played Outer Worlds because I don't really like CRPGs very much. Outer Wilds is incredible. Okay. Thrusting, decreasing thrust. There we go. That's a Mooner. The people think that all the time, and I'm just not. I like Sims. Okay, so that's... If I am reading this chart right, if I am reading this chart correctly, then Jeb's going to have to wait considerably longer, right? Am I reading this correctly that Jeb is not going to see Moonrise for another full rotation? Which might not happen until after hold on. Switch to yep. Here's Jeb. She'll be about half an hour. Okay. Okay. Real time or in-game time? Well, I guess they're kind of the same thing, right? So, in-game time, yeah, of course. So he'll be able to start plotting intercept before Val gets to her intercept, gets to her moon encounter. Okay, that's the thing I wanted to know. May as well set him to prograde. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want to see. Yeah, go find your prograde. Yeah, I'm going to time warp. Yeah. Okay, so he did much better on fuel management, which shouldn't be too surprising. So let's do 10x. So moon set. So I've still got a while until moon sets. I'm kind of nervous about going up to 50, but I'm going to. 50 is really fast. So there's moon set. And once we get here-ish, we're going to 10x. We're going to 10x, and then yeah, he's lost his prograde. Okay, let's go over here and put it down to 1. And there you go. Found your prograde. We're getting pretty close there. Up on 5 for a few seconds. Should be hitting moonrise sooner rather than later, in a minute or two. During fast time. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay, so I mean, I can't speak to Outer Worlds. I just generally don't like MSims. No, I do like MSims. I don't generally like CRPGs. Uh, like I don't know. It feels like the game is playing itself for me without me doing anything. I really like very puzzly games, to be honest. Like I really like Outer Wilds. I really yes, it abstracts out the part of the game that I want to be playing. Is the way that I would put it. Not completely, but pretty frequently. Uh, that is a moonrise. Um, yeah. Because yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I wasn't thinking about Fizz Warp and Fast Warp as being like fundamentally like different things in that way. I knew that they were different, right? And there's a lot of games that I like that are very abstract. It's worth saying. There's a lot of games I really really like that are like really really abstract. Uh, it's all Kepler. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Apoapsis is up to 1.25. Uh, oh, that's interesting. Hold up, hold up. Cut. Um, Gonna increase it a little bit more to make sure that I've got a nice intercept. Okay, that's pretty funny. Those are some funny intercept orbits to have. So periapsis is going to be at 1 day. Is this enough to count as an encounter? It should be, right? Um, so day 7, encounter and PE and exit. That's full flyby. Okay, okay, okay. So yours is going to be T minus 1 day and 40 minutes, and let's switch over to Valentina. And hers is going to be. They're going to. Yeah, Jed's actually going to. Jed's started earlier, started his burn later, and is going to hit periapsis earlier, but return later. I have a lot of strong feelings about TTRPGs. I have a lot of very strong feelings about TTRPGs. I would summarize the core of my feelings as I have a lot of very hipster feelings about TTRPGs. My favorite TTRPGs are Firebrands. I really like Firebrands. Polaris is up there for me. Apocalypse World, Blades in the Dark, Wicked Ones. I'm trying to think about what are some of the other ones I've really liked. I'm not sure how many other ones I really, really liked. There's a bunch of PBTAs that I like in general, but I have... Oh, Wander Home. That was the one I was trying to remember. Wander Home. I really like Wander Home. Wander Home is really something special. Yeah, very Forge adjacent. Correct, Quincy. Correct. I do not like Old World, actually. No, like I said, I'm a hipster. I do like some of the new World of Darkness games, but I have played, of all of the RPGs I've played, I think the RPG that I've played the single most might actually be Requiem, Vampire the Requiem. And my feeling about World of Darkness is that a lot of the supernatural layer of World of Darkness games is really cool, especially Promethean. Especially Promethean, the created second edition. That is a cool game. That one's really cool. And they are fundamentally held back by the World of Darkness rule set. It is the World of Darkness itself is the weak link in World of Darkness games. And I think sometimes people are surprised by that, because I think people are often, if you're not looking at World of Darkness games from a writing perspective, it can be cannot auto warp so far. Okay. Hold on a second. Can I warp to there? Okay. Time warp completed. I'm now stressed out. Is this one going to work? Let's go over to mission view. Okay. Let's warp ahead an hour and change. Okay. And I'll just kind of let it cook here. So you are 38 minutes out. No. Okay. 38 minutes out from your periapsis. I am talking about the rules around like how you handle mundane actions, how you handle getting shot, how you handle healing, how you handle social encounters. All of those in World of Darkness I really hate. The layer of World of Darkness that is about oh, so you're going to be quite close. She's going to be quite close on periapsis. So I might not get much science out of this, but I don't think it's going to be nothing. So her moon and her periapsis is 3 hours. And his periapsis is 2 hours and 26 minutes. So let's just warp ahead to periapsis. This is cool. This is like a cool ballet. Oh, this stresses me out so much to even look at that. Oh, that's super close. Crew reports. 0 science value, I suppose. Okay. And hold on a second. And sorry, this is I may as well hold on. This is gonna stress me out so much. Have I been doing Ava reports? No, I can't do Ava. I haven't unlocked Ava. That requires spending some amount of money at the I haven't unlocked it yet. Yeah. Okay. I am going to rushes ahead in 10x. the game frozen? Okay. I feel like it bugged out. I feel like it bugged out. Let's load back to quick save 10. Okay. 1 day, 1 hour, and 46 minutes. Okay. So let's do a crew report. These things are not valuable at this point because of what they are. And then crew report. And or to here. Okay, you've escaped. Looks like both have escaped. Well, we're about to go into ads. So, yeah, I actually do have pretty strong feelings about TTRPGs in general. I definitely prefer TTRPGs that enable roleplay. That's kind of my thing. I prefer TTRPGs that really enable roleplay. I don't tend to like very crunchy TTRPGs because when I am interested in playing a crunchy game, I'm clearly not afraid of doing crunchy things, right? I'm clearly not afraid of that. Inari! Oh my goodness.
Inari Rage, you gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh my goodness, thank you, Inari. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to the gift sub to Winday and Portable Jim and Kango and I'm Jeff and Cillian Pedal. We are going to, Juno, ask me again when we're back from ad break. Inari, hold on, let me give Inari a shout out. I'm assuming that you are here, Miss Reiju. I'm assuming that Miss Reiju is here. I almost did something disastrous. Inari Reiju. Inari is a dear friend. And she has been so helpful and so kind. She's one of my favorite streamers. Inari is one of my favorite people in the entire VTubing world. And this is as good a reminder as any. This is a subathon. This little guy that you see on the corner is one of the subathon rewards. That is one of the subathon rewards. The big reward, if we get back up to it, is if we get up to 1,000 subs, I will return to Dark Souls. My Dark Souls playthroughs are something. They're pretty remarkable. I am, according to several people, the single worst Dark Souls player in all of human history. So, that is a fun one. Hello Hakuya. Yes, I always like to point out, I failed the tutorial 123 times and did not tilt. I am very bad at Dark Souls. All right, ads are starting soon. I am going to go on the BRB screen. I'm going to stretch and use the bathroom because I'm an old man and these are the things that need to happen on an hourly basis in order to keep me alive. So I will see you all in 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, okay. Ooh. All right, all right. Heck yes, heck yes, heck yes. Um, okay. Okay, folks. Uh, so this one has escaped lunar orbit, which I believe is Jeb. Jeb has escaped lunar orbit. So that means we can put him into retro and we can start doing a retro burn. Uh, uh, oh wow, that's burning up real fast. That's burning it real fast. Okay. And let's see. Okay. Okay, oh, 28. Let's put on pro for a second. And give a slight pro burn to get us up to, okay, 40. Let's go over to Valentina. Has Valentina escaped? Valentina has escaped. So I can put her on a retro. And turn us into maneuver mode. And hers is a little bit more inefficient. Okay. So this vessel that I have done is actually really safe at getting to lunar orbit. I didn't think it would be this safe, but this is, after doing this 3 times, I'm feeling pretty confident about it. Whether or not it can land, well, it can get on it can do a lunar flyby. I shouldn't say lunar orbit. It might not be able to achieve lunar orbit. Might not be able to achieve lunar orbit. So periapsis is down to 250. Perry is down to 100. You think this can handle orbit and return? Yeah, I don't think it can handle landing. Not least because it just flat out doesn't have a lander mission. 39. There we go. I'll take that. Yeah, it's still got another 1200 left. And I've got 1200 Delta V's. Okay. Okay. So she's gonna make it back at about 1 day and 1 hour. I think he's got to make it faster, right? I think 5 hours. Whoa. Way faster. Way faster. Jeb is going to land super soon. Okay. So Jeb's Perry. Let's take a save here because sometimes warps mess up. Oh, days are 6 hours. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay, so not that much faster. Like an hour, like 2 hours faster. Okay. Okay, hold on, and hold up. Okay. Oops. Hoo. Let's take a look at switch over to her. Oh, cannot switch vessels while in atmosphere. Okay. I guess I just get to watch and see if these guys cook or not. I think they'll be fine, but... yeah. Can't switch vessels while in atmosphere. I may have made this too tight. I thought this was going to be really smooth and slick. Did I skip off of the atmosphere? I bounced off of the atmosphere. That was too shallow. My insertion angle was too shallow. He's gonna orbit for eternity. He's gonna orbit for eternity. Okay, let me let's go back to quick save number 11. Yeah, we 40 was too high. Yeah, I did escape it again. Okay, let's go back on retro. Yeah, probably not eternity. Okay, that might be too much, but let's find out. And then switch to her. And her angle's even shallower, so I'm gonna retrograde, maneuver. Okay. There we go. 19 and switch to him, go periapsis. Oh, Madramini, and hello again, Exalted Emily. Hello, Madramini. Hello. Let's give the shout out to Madramini and Ginga. Me, and generic Toadster. How was FF6? Hello, real time. Hello, how was FF6? Yeah, you set up in exciting moments. Oh, hold up. I forgot about something here. Hold on a second. Very quickly. Hello, Soranis. There we go. Now we go over to Jeb again. Enjoyed it. It's good. 6 is good. I am still used to 6 being the canonical good Final Fantasy. But yes, my name for the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly I do a lot of calligraphy. I do calligraphy and I paint miniatures. Oh, you rarely play earlier than late 90s. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No. I mean, we've rated each other before, Madramini. We know who each other are. I thought I saw you. I feel like that when I've seen you, I've mostly caught you playing Fallout. So I felt like, so I was like, huh, you really haven't. Not much. That's earlier than early 90s. than late 90s, I should say. Thank you for the follow, Madhurmini. But yes, I have been playing a game that makes me very happy that I only just started on, which is Kerbal Space Program. I don't know if you guys have ever played Kerbal Space Program. I am really enjoying it. I am really into it. We just completed a double-barreled lunar flyby for tourists to make some tourist bucks, and we are about to the first mission is about to crash into the atmosphere and light on fire, and if we are lucky, not die. We screwed it up last time and it was too shallow of an orbit. Oh, it's so unique. I've owned it for like 10 years is the funniest part. Like, when it first came out, one of my drinking buddies was really into it, and he sold me on it really well, but I'm just like, don't play games very much. I'm just not a very like hardcore gamer. I do like doing the math. I do like the math aspect of it. Like earlier I was spending time doing calculations about the relative ratios of thrust to fuel of different engines, of different liquid fuel engines. I did some very pointless calculations on fuel ox mix, but it turns out that was really pointless and stupid and did not matter. I like spreadsheets. I like math. I cannot lie. And yeah, this is a game about running an entire a space program, right? It's very Apollo Project core, which I am a boomer, so you know it's got a nostalgia factor for me. Anonymous, thank you for the gifts up to Madramini. Madra, enjoy your tanks and your dance and your chest burst. I am enjoying it. I am not playing it super hardcore. I am playing on career mode on normal difficulty, which is, I actually find very forgiving. Apollo Project Core. I mean, I was talking about it earlier on stream that, like, for millennials in particular, and to a certain extent Gen X, but very much millennials, space and space programs are viewed as kind of objects of horror. And like when you think about space games that are made of by and for millennials, or movies and TV shows, right? They're pretty much all horror. The least horror-y one that I think of is The Martian. I think Where's a Gen Xer, but like, even like when when they tried to make a Sid Meier that was like an optimistic space exploration game in Sid Meier's Beyond Earth, people resist thinking of it as an optimistic game. They think of it intuitively as a horror game. They keep on bouncing off of the fact that it's supposed to be a utopian game and not a dystopian game. Meanwhile, like For All Mankind is this very Apollo Project core thing. Like this and For All Mankind are the two I'm thinking of. Hey, we're hitting Atmo. We're hitting Atmo. I love Alpha Centauri. I really like Alpha Centauri. Well, I don't think it's just that, Quins. I think it is more recent. I think it is that when millennials think about space programs, they think about what's it called? Elon Musk. That's what they think about. They think about space not as a frontier of exploration and freedom, but space as a situation of ultimate control by people who are already powerful. Gamma Churchill, thank you for the follow. We should be fine. Jodos Kerman is probably getting pretty warm there, though. You know, space is not a situation where you escape from the bounds of Earth, but where the bounds of Earth are where the few things that protect you on Earth have been removed. That seems to be how millennials interpret it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, downstream of the foundering of NASA in the 90s. Yes, yes. I would say the sabotaging, right? I would say the sabotaging of NASA. I would say the sabotaging of NASA. Uh, and you know, this I think has a lot to do with like a mentality shift that is needs some real exploration in I think that maybe Gen X perspectives might actually be somewhat useful here for a rare occurrence, where millennials tend to conceive of freedoms as things that are protected for them by authority figures, which is where, as opposed to like social constraints being an unnatural imposition on a natural world that exists as a natural state of freedom. I mean, Gamma Churchill, I think the really hot thing to say about colonizing Mars and terraforming Mars is if we could terraform Mars to be Earth habitable, why not? What about Earth? Like, why couldn't we just create Earth into a total perfect utopia? That seems like way easier. There's like a lot less effort to transform into Earth into something that's like 1,000 times better than it currently is, than it would be to get Mars up to basic human survivability. Well, and also just like Mars is so hostile. I'm not even thinking about so much as like what is here. It's just like Mars is so hostile. There's so many things that Mars lacks, and it would be so difficult to create some of them. Creating a magnetosphere and an atmosphere on Mars would require, I don't even know. Right? Like I don't even know what kind of resources, right? Like it's Mars doesn't have the mass to sustain those things. Absolutely, Madre Meeting. Absolutely, yes. We are about to have a safe water touchdown for Jebediah Kerman. Jebediah Kerman is about to have a safe touchdown with Jodos Kerman and Kaiden Kerman. Yes, actually, Quinn's, and yes, that's actually Star Trek is actually a really good tracker of this, where TNG is somewhat more optimistic than TOS, which was already pretty optimistic, whereas like the Star Treks that are currently relatively alive are so pessimistic, except for Lower Decks. I have not read Project Hail Mary. I have not read Project Hail Mary. And I try to like not get excited for things that haven't been released yet, because every time I do, I get really disappointed. I am still cautiously excited for the Chainsaw Man movie, but that's really kind of it. Touchdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are safe. Those are some safe curbs. So let's take a look at the results from that. We're at like 370 Kerbucks before we started. This was primarily a cash making mission. I will say that Tron Ares has a banger soundtrack. I do gotta give it that. All right, and let's go to the tracking station because we still have some curbs in space. We still have some curbs in space. Yeah, I didn't even know that Leto was in that. Oh yeah, I mean, in the case of the U.S., it's just we're just embarrassing on this front. Okay, Valentina Kerman. Let's take a look at the maneuver clock. Periapsis is in 1 hour. Periapsis is in 1 hour. So I am going to just slam us forward until we hit atmosphere. Hello, Ragma Structura. Yeah, my little guy. Mwah. I mean, there have been some real serious advances, Hakuya, in medical tech. And there have been some very impressive techs in a lot of ways, but this is the fundamental insight of the Luddites, right? The Luddites back a million years ago. Their fundamental insight was that a technology, no matter how impressive technology is, it doesn't matter if that technology is fully captured by the wealthy and powerful, right? That was always the point that the Luddites were making hundreds of years ago. Was that. I will not forget the retrograde button, but as I know, you cannot maneuver while you are at time warps of above 5. So, you know what? Let's just warp here. Okay, and now let's take a look here. Oh, yep, that's a good time to hit retro. I can see the command capsule getting hot right there. Yeah. I've taken some very long train trips inside the US. I once moved cross country entirely via train, but yeah, it's not a, it's pretty depressing, right? It's pretty depressing how crap it all is. Okay. Whoo, Valentina's getting cooked right there. Yep. Yup. Yep. So yeah, it's just even the contrast between TNG and Deep Space Nine. And I love Deep Space Nine. I love DS9, folks. DS9 is super duper good. Amazing piece of work. But like, yeah, it's not an optimistic piece of work. Hakuya, it's, if you like science fiction, it's worth checking out some of them. Okay, so Star Trek was, okay, let's start deploying shoots. And there's the main shoots, and I think this is going to be safe. Yeah, it's space exploration that deals a lot of politics. So the original Star Trek was written in the 1960s, and it reflects a bunch of very 60s Cold War concerns. Oh, the differences between them? Okay, well, TOS concerns a lot of very 60s sci-fi concerns. It is very much inspired by the Cold War. A lot of the core of it is the anxieties. A lot of the storylines involve the tensions between the Klingon Empire and the Federation, which is deliberately meant to reflect American anxieties about the Soviet Union, as opposed to versus the United States, and really the broader, United Nations is what the Federation kind of more represents. It is 60s television, right? They did not believe that everybody would see every episode, so you will just see like really obviously recycled plot lines pretty frequently. There's not actually that many episodes, and there's a lot of recycling and a lot of very preachy episodes about racism. It is very noteworthy in the United States for being the first on-screen interracial kiss in U.S. film and television. Surprisingly horrible animation in the TOS animated series. Like, oh my goodness. TNG is the next. I'm not gonna hit every single series because I actually haven't watched Voyager. There's quite a few of them that I haven't watched, and Voy is one that I have not watched. TNG is quite a bit later, and it is often described as competence porn. The Next Generation is very much about a bunch of people going on space exploration missions and like solving problems by being smart guys. It's a bunch of smart people going around space solving problems by being smart at their problems. Deep Space Nine is a pretty challenging work where it's my favorite one. And the core of the plot of DS9 is that one of the multiple interstellar empires, which is the one that's the most like fascist police state one, has been forced off of one of their colonies. And Deep Space Nine, the Federation, is basically acting as UN peacekeepers on as part of a decolonizing mission. So they are not traveling through space. They are on an orbiting space station that is trying to negotiate withdrawal treaties between two foreign powers. And it's really pretty interesting in that like it's a very modern series. It's a very modern television series in that everybody's kind of bastards. Like it's really hard not to treat the oh my goodness, I forgot their names. Kira's people, who are, what's the name of the Bajorans. The Bajorans are like, they're a decolonizing people. It's hard not to view them very positively. Yes, thank you, the Bajorans. But Bajor is a theocracy, and a pretty rough one at that. Hey, she leveled up. It's a pretty rough theocracy, and a large percentage of all of the storyline in the series is around negotiating the issues between religious fanatics. And the people who are decolonizing are real bastards. Real bastards. There are a couple parts that always stood out to me from a basic acting standpoint. The kind of main antagonist of the series, he's not like the most powerful antagonist, but he's the most commonly recurring antagonist. Just every single time that he gets the opportunity to be on screen, he is so mad that anybody has thought about any problem that isn't him. It's so funny. It's so funny how much of a prima donna he's a slaver is the thing. Like, he sucks. And he's such a prima donna about the fact that like anybody else gets to be in charge of anything ever. It's so funny. A lot of the best acting is that there's a spy, and he is just clearly trying to fuck the doctor. And like there's a thing that I always loved was after this, like during interviews with the cast, people asked like, was Garak trying to have sex with Julian? And both the actor for Garak and Julian were like, oh, absolutely. That was intentional. We were going for that. We were both like on board. And like, that was the thing that we were exchanging notes on, was like how to maximize the yaoi bait. Which is really, really funny because the showrunners was really homophobic. And he just did not know that this is what was happening. I've always delighted in that the showrunner was a real piece of crap. Treated the actors horribly. Very homophobic, treated the actors horribly. Did not understand that two of the lead actors were just like exchanging notes about how to Fujo bait harder. So good. So good. Okay, so we made an enormous... Yeah, Rick Berman sucks. Yeah. Yeah, and Fujo Bay. Wonderful, wonderful little Okay, so I have seen both. I haven't seen all of either of them. Our Discord did a watch along of Babylon 5. Winday was showing it, not me. Winday was showing Babylon 5 to my Discord. Uh, I cannot tell a lie. I was like doing calligraphy practice. I was like not paying very much attention. I've watched a fair amount of Stargates. I kind of lost interest and lost the thread for like seasons 5 through 7. And then the last couple of seasons, I got locked in again because they just randomly decided to just bring on the entire Farscape cast. And I really like the Farscape cast. And that really amused me. Okay, folks. We're at 60.4 science, and we made a ton of money. I think we made a lot of that science from our outsourced R&D. I think that the outsourced R&D did very well for us. I heard somebody say that, like, I think, was it you, Haven, who was like, oh, the strategy complex doesn't do anything. I'm actually pretty happy with it right now. I'm pretty happy with it right now. What's my how do I see my reputation? That's what's annoying me right now. It's like I don't know how to see my own reputation. I can see how much science I have. Yeah, as you, yeah. I'm pretty pleased with this. I'm pretty pleased with this. We just got like 30 research for not completing any science. For not doing a single scientific thing. And I know that you said like you've gotten like 2K science from things. I am scraping. I am scraping for science right now. Yeah, clean your keyboards, folks. Clean your keyboards. Clean your keyboards. So, let me think about this. So I could. Oh, please, Juno, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, and the last Star Trek series that I think is worth giving a shit about is Lower Decks, which is the modern animated series. I genuinely like Lower Decks. Flat out, I think Lower Decks is really fun. I don't think it's the deepest show, but also TNG wasn't exactly deep. Lower Decks is basically a it's a loving satire of Star Trek. It is a loving satire of Star Trek. It is very kind to Star Trek, but also making fun of it in ways that I think are really fun. All right. Jeezy Pete, these are some serious rocket things. Mm-hmm. All right, let's think about this. Excuse me. Oh shit, there's no command modules? Not for a minute, but there are. Let's think about this one for a second. So this is the only research I can afford is aviation. Which is tempting. Flight planning? I mean, obviously I can't right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you mean. This guy over here at Mission Control. There, I can stop giving a shit about, that's pretty trivial. I might do this one though. Oh, these are really easy. Oh, this is orbit. No, orbit's not trivial. Is pretty tempting to do another set of 3 moon flybys. Because that's producing a ton of it's getting me quite a bit of science, right? It's getting me quite a bit of science. And importantly, money, right? It's getting me science and money. So I think, as much as this like we've done this a whole bunch of times, I think that turning this into, I think that this is pretty rote, but it's also pretty valuable. And it's been getting me good experience as like a person, right? It's been good experience for me as a person. So, tourist mooner load, and let's give this one to Jev and Tompori. Let's launch you. Hold on, let's make a save first. Let's save here first. And so hold on, let's save here. Well, and because I'm also getting science from it, right? That's like I am bottlenecked very badly by science. Hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. I'm going to start I'm going to start maneuvering earlier. Let's try to keep it at 90, right? Let's try to keep our inclination, our eccentricity low. Let's try to keep ourselves equatorial. All right, I'm gonna let us stay here for a moment. Whoop. Stop that. Stop that. give a little bit more juice. Off pitch a little bit. Dang it. Whoop. Okay, whatever. I'll accept that amount of roll. Come on. Okay. I'm killing that just because this is getting out of hand. You're right. You're right. Okay, let's get over there. And juice it a little bit more. Until app is decently high. We gotta get the app above 70 or else this is just fully unsafe. I'm gonna try to increase the app a little bit actually. So, okay, we're out of Atmo, so that's fine. That's whatever. Okay, whatever. I overshot again on my app. On my Apple Appus. 120, that's really high. It looked like my cleanest. Yeah, it looked clean. I still overshot because I'm silly Billy. Still overshot like a silly Billy. Let's just put us up until we're at... Actually, you know what? No, you know what? I was about to say like, you know what? I've got time to launch the other rocket. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I should clean this orbit up. Clean this orbit up and then once I've cleaned this orbit up, then I will launch the second one. Okay. Maneuver. What's the eccentricity looking like? Eccentricity is very low. Yeah, it's a very low eccentricity orbit. And apoapsis is going to in T-20. I'm sorry, it's T-40. So at T-25, I will burn. Burning. Periapsis is... Oh, that's always so nauseating. Periapsis is 60, 70. Okay, cutting. Let's get it a little bit. Let's get it a little bit over 80. There we go. 85. Okay, cool. 85 periapsis. Cool. So let's go over to my space center. And get Val into space. Tourist Mooner. V. Set the crew to Val and Sigmon and Garrick. Okay. And let's launch. This time I'll actually turn on SAS. Throttle the sustainer up to about 50. Lighting. I'm gonna start like super early on this. Having some roll problems. But not too bad. Let her find the prograde. This might be too shallow. I'm gonna have this actually go up a little bit. Honestly, not confident about this ascent at all. Apoapsis of 20. Entering upper atmosphere. I need to pitch up a little bit more with the amount of fuel I've got. Really want to be out of Atmo. Trying to climb more, and it's really not wanting me to. I'm going to have to turn off stability assist. Or else this is just going to fail completely. I think it's going to fail. I think I'm going to fail. I think this is going to be a failed ascent. Cutting thrust until I can gain a little bit of angle. Nope. Not what I wanted at all. Not what I want at all. Pitch up, pitch up, pitch up, pitch up. I need some 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 pitch up. This is a fail. This is a fail. Reverting to launch. Okay. Okay. Enabling stability assist. Throttling up. Throttles engaged. Going to us. Okay, that's probably a good ascent for the first kilometer or so. I might just leave it alone here and put her on prograde and just kinda, because the prograde seems to naturally drift with the gravitational assist. So it's already drifting pretty far just because of the gravity assist and the fact that the rocket is pretty off-center now. So this is actually already getting worrying. We're at 12 kilometers. I don't think this is as sharp as it was last time. But it is still pretty sharp. Solids. The way those solids fell is so beautiful. I really should have been looking more carefully at that. A 0 lift turn. Okay. Okay. Well, we hit orbit. Oh, I should be looking at maneuver mode. Okay, hold on. Cutting. Let's give us a little bit more lift because apoapsis is 66 right now. There is lift, so duh. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I'm just gonna max burn for a little bit just to try to get my apoapsis up to like 75-ish. Okay. Cutting. And I'm going to turn off prograde tracking and try to get us to level. This is a way cleaner assist. This is way cleaner. That was super clean. I mean, it's not done, but it's... Okay. There we go. T minus 35 to apoapsis. So T minus 30. And T minus 20. Max throttling now. Apoapsis is still climbing. That's good. Periapsis is climbing very rapidly. If I did this right, it looks like apoapsis and periapsis will fall somewhere between 80 and 85. I don't think I did, though. But this will be a lot better than like my periapsis of my apoapsis of like 200, of like 110, I should say. Oh, I might actually pull off what I thought. Okay. So we're gonna break 85, I think, before the other one gets up to 80. But it looks like periapsis is going to might do it before I hit. No, it's not gonna. I was like, oh, I might hit it before I hit 90. Oh, I should have been. I forgot to set it to prograde. I should have set it to prograde. I was inattentive. Oh my god, my apoapsis is so high right now. This orbit sucks. Okay, where's Moon? Okay. It's about to for okay. I think I might. We're about to have Lunar here. I am going to. Oh, whoops! This is not what. Wrong keyboard. I'm going to throw us to ads, and I will see you all shortly. Thank you for your patience with me, but I'm having a lovely time. We'll try that when we get back from ads, because ads are coming like right now. Right, I'm back. I am back. Okay. Okay. So we're about to have Moonrise for Jeb. So set as targets. Is this what I should be doing? I set it as target, and then... I think I've seen this before. Not I don't care about construction interface. I understand the construction interface. Normal. No. Okay. Okay, so prograde. There's the normal. Okay, so there's the targets. Would it be so like I'm guessing that the target is going to move as for Val. Okay. Oh yeah. So I'm guessing like the target node is going to get the target node and the prograde are going to converge. Is that accurate? Or should I just start freehand burning now? I guess I'll start freehand burning now. I have almost all of my fuel left. I have like 2,500. Oh, someone's showing where the target is now. Okay. Yep, already freehand, already doing it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me to have a target marker on the nav ball. That makes sense. Especially because you can have the anti-target marker, so that means that like if you are trying to match velocities, that's highly useful. Okay, let's start reducing throttle a little bit. Nope. I screwed up there. Screw up there. I'm gonna try to retrograde a little bit because that's a real mess right there. I've got the fuel anyway. Okay. That looks okay to me. Okay. Okay. How does maneuver node work? That's Kerbals, baby. That's Kerbals. So set as targets. Oh, on your current orbit. Okay, okay. On your current orbit. Okay, so add maneuver. Okay. Yeah, I see the prograde one. Oh, Jeezy Pete's. Okay. That's pretty bad. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ho 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 ho. Nope. There. Sorry, I'm just. Oh. Hold on. Is this going to eventually turn into a stable lunar orbit or no? Nope, nope. I tried to adjust my own DPI there. Nope, nope. Oh, okay, okay. Can you add multiple maneuvers? So, like, can I add another maneuver here? At periapsis? Add maneuver. Okay. Okay. Let's play around with this a little bit. No, not what I want to do at all. Oh, I can use the mouse wheel. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold up. Uh, that can't be right. That's fair. That's fair. So far it's kind of turning into a disaster. That's just going to get everybody killed. That's what it looks like right now. I really can't. I really can't. Is there a way to delete a maneuver? How do I delete a maneuver? There we go. I think ideally I actually want to start the maneuver pretty soon. How do I delete these things? Oh, I can just move the maneuver itself. Okay. Yeah, that's a much better one. Okay. Okay. And this will give me... How do I see how much it is predicted to use? Oh, okay, here it is. Here it is. It's estimating to use 874 in a pro grade, is what I'm reading here. Or I can reduce the amount of pro grade on it pretty considerably and still... Okay, hold on. I got... Okay, this is an interesting interface, but... at T minus half of burn time, you think I missed it? I think I did. I think I did. I think I did. So let's play around with it a little bit more here. I'm kind of curious to see if I can... I'm going to make a quick save here. Because I'm kind of curious to see if I can complete an orbit. I'm kind of curious to see if I can complete an orbit. Which means that I need to get in here and make sure I take the contract for orbit. Do I have the contract for orbit? Explore the moon. Yes. Accept that. And let's get over to Val. Maneuver time in T minus 20 seconds. Okay. So let's see if I can get there fast enough. So prograde and start burning. Is this accurate? Yeah, I did do it as a pure prograde burn. Oof, stressing me out here. Glad I'm not a real astronaut, right? Okay. Oh god. Actually nauseating. Uh... Am I reading this correctly that I gotta delete this thing, is giving me a headache. That looks like a collision. It does look like a collision to me as well. So am I... So is there a way to, once I get closer to the moon, would I want to... Or should I do it now? Retro burn so that it's... I'm trying to do an orbit. I'm trying to get an orbit of the moon. That's what I'm trying to accomplish, is a lunar orbit. What would lead to a orbital capture though? Would it be doing a prograde or retrograde as I get closer to the moon, or not? Because I should have enough fuel, right? It's like 600. It should be like 600 to enter and leave lunar orbit. Right at the moon PE. Okay. Okay. So I want to do a little... Okay. There's a moon PE. Whoa, that's really close. That's a really close PE. I'm going to feather it. Okay. 20 kilometers. Is 20 kilometers good enough? Yeah, and I've got 1,500. $3,000 seemed really tight. Maybe I don't know what lunar gravity is like, but 3,000 feels like a real risk of just like crashing, even if I from gravitational change. Thank you. All right. So, I'm gonna make a quick save here, and then I'm gonna warp ahead by 4 hours. Has like 11K. That makes sense. I was assuming it was from Lunar surface, not from Lunar, not from Lunar center. Let's take a switch over to her. Periapsis for her is 2 hours. And periapsis for her is 2 hours. And periapsis for him is 3 hours. Okay. So that's kind of neat. At sea level equivalent. Yeah, we have a similar thing with the, actual moon. Okay, so let's warp ahead by an hour. Okay. Periapsis in 1 hour. 38 minutes. That's genuinely kind of terrifying, right? Like, that's actually really spooky looking. That's spooking me out. Also, I forget how to get out of this. Genuinely, I forget how to get out of cockpit view. Nope. Forget how to get out of cockpit view, and I ejected the stage that I needed. Okay. Whoops. The red X on the burn gauge will delete it? Okay, cool. Thank you. Hold on a second. Still not used to 6 hours. V or C. Okay, thank you. Switch to Moon or V. Okay. This one or on the burn gauge? Oh, that one. Okay. Let's just warp here. Okay, wow. Okay, and do a retro burn. Right, I want to do a retro burn until there's an actual apoapsis. Oh, apoapsis is negative. That's bad. Okay, stable orbit achieved. That sounds like time for a science. Hello, Momo. We are in Mooner orbits. Also, hold on. We need to go over to the other Mooner and get this thing home safe. Okay, you've got a minute. Yeah, we are for the first time ever in orbit of the moon. I've got two boats and I've made my life hard. Yeah, Valentina has a period of 22 hours. Apoapsis of 14 kilometers, 14 megameters. Okay, this is a really, really big, I thought it was kilometers, not megameters. Let's turn that to a much smaller orbit. I was wondering why the period was so long. Still at 3 megameters. Okay, lock retro. 2 megameters. We're not gonna land Dragon Hall. We don't even have landing it researched. I'm just looking at the apoapsis readout in down here. If I get apoapsis below, let's call it 50 kilometers. But yeah, you can see it's a closed loop. Thank you, Pickles, Little Dill. Thank you. I think I like this. I like this setup. I like this setup. How you doing, Pickles? It's a closed loop. It's a closed loop. But I want to get us to. Oh, Anonymous. Thank you for the gifts up to Haven Stranger. Thank you, Anon. That's very kind of you. That's very, very kind of you. Spooked me. Spooked me. Jump scared me. Periapsis is at 16 kilometers. 16 and a half kilometers. I'm going to go over to... and Jamie says, hello, hello, hello. I'm going to go over to Jebediah and set him up for... Okay, so Jebediah's... This is a mess. Jebediah, this is a mess. So 4 hours for Jebediah over here. This is spooky, man. This is such an incredible sense of achievement that comes with this. Jeb's going home. Jeb's going home. Jeb is going home. I am spooked out enough by doing any of this that I just want to send Jeb home and get the next set of tourists going. This was spooky. This was spooky. So I am already nervous enough by the fact that just like looking at this orbital chart makes me unhappy. Just even this makes me unhappy. Yeah, useless crew report. Rare time that Jeb doesn't get to be the first on doing something. I may as well just warp over to Jeb Apoapsis. The spaceships are so small they can't see each other. Or are spaceships not rendered for each other? It's retro. And burn. And Periapsis is 23. Okay. He's fine now. Should I just they do within a few kilometers of each other. Okay. I was wondering if they just like don't. So we might have been able to see one a moment ago. Oh wait, no, they have to register for each other, or else you can't do docking maneuvers, right? Duh. They have to do that. Okay. Okay, should I am inclined to... Okay, I'm... Okay, everything is active for Jeb. Jeb is on autopilot for the next couple of hours. You were built to run Spore. I've never played Spore. I have never played Spore. And hello, Archibald. Good to see you, Archibald. God, this spooks me. This spooks me. See, I feel like the game that I was truly built for above all else was probably the Forgotten City. That was probably the big one for me. Sigmund Kerman and Garrick Kerman are having the time of their lives. Okay. Man. Okay. I think it might be time to get out. Yeah, they ought to be thrilled. Okay, let me make sure that I have orbit. I do have orbits. I do have orbits. To find a cheap burn home. Okay. Okay. I could turn it into a low circular, right? It wouldn't be hard for me to convert it into a low circular. Let's try. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's that'll put me into deficit. I can't handle that. So I can delete that one. That's a useless one. Let's try. See what prograding around here does. Oh god, that's very complicated. What the shit? Oh, that's why I need to not use mouse wheel. That's why I need to not use mouse wheel. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what the shit am I looking at? This is absolute chaos. This will apparently get me home. That's what this looks like right now, but it looks insane to me. Is this remotely accurate? Does it seem believable to you at all? This seems insane to me. I mean, the thing is, like, I'm not so much worried about cheap or so much as, like, me being able to parse it. So here's 270. Here's 270, and I've got 1300 left. And that's pure prograde in 4 minutes for 20 seconds. Does that seem correct to you? That seems correct to me. It just is giving me a headache to look at. So it'll cause a moon escape here. It'll cause a moon escape here and then somewhere over here. Well, okay. If you think I can do better, I'm gonna give it another shot. But I think it's mostly by going sooner rather than later. Is the main thing. That's what it looks like to me. There's 200, 100 and something. This just gives me a headache to even look at. And that's an intercept. Okay. 1 minute and 52 seconds for same maneuver. Same goddamn maneuver. Same goddamn maneuver. I might actually follow it a little bit harder than that because it looks like it might be shallow. Looks like it might, the perihelion, Kerbal perihelion, periapsis is 270. I need to get it lower. 200, 160. Oh, that's collision, which is fine, I guess. Uh, 20,000, I'll take it. 20,000 pure prograde, I'll take it. So at 10 seconds, going in the moon's retrograde direction. So it's not too far off of here. I just would have had to start it like a minute earlier. I just would have had to start it like somewhat earlier. Less than 300 is not bad. Okay, so at 11, I hit throttle. And now. I'm just going to watch the maneuver clock because this just gives me a headache to look at. So, burn time, 10, 100, 60, 42, 32, and stop. Okay. So there's moon perihelion at 95, and then moon escape there, and Kerbal periapsis of 28 in 4 hours. And then Valentina's going to make it back first. That's pretty funny. Valentina's going to make it back first. Okay. I didn't blow her up, did I? Hello, Andromeda. Hello, Andromeda. I go over to Valentina again. Let's take a look at her. So I had to. Okay, so. Yeah, this has been very cool. All right. Kind of auto warp so far in advance. All right. So yeah, Valentine is actually going to get back before Jeb. There's Valentina. Um, Thank you, thank you. I am confused. I am confused. The maneuver interface gives me a headache. I cannot lie. So Mooner escape is going to happen. Oh, okay. This is the direction. This is the direction. Mooner escape is going to be is going to put me here. So not entirely sure which direction it's going to have me going here once I get here. So Mooner escape in 27 minutes. Okay, so Mooner escape, come on. 10, 6, okay, I am moving towards the planet at this point. Okay, let's just warp here. Okay, okay. Evacuate everything. Before we get into Atmo. And retrograde. Okay. And prepare shoots. Okay. Valentina and Sigmund and Jarek. In true capitalist fashion. Oh, the thick part's behind you? I thought it was ahead of you. Oh, geez, that's stressful. That's stressful to look at. That's stressful. Yep, world's first, players first. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. I mean, we got heat shields for a reason. We got heat shields for a reason. Okay. Normal levels of fire. That's called cooking, baby. That's called cooking. I like how all the Kerbals are kind of like shell-shocked right now. Yep, we're down to below a kilometer a second. Yep. Simple, at this point, easy re-entry. Drags are out. Main is out. Genuinely wonder if I should change the rules for my main shoots to deploy like way later, because like they're not getting anything done at the site, man. Nothing's happening up here. 10 kilometers. 9. Oh, nice. Are we going to get a water landing? Congratulations, guys. Did not think very hard about that. Real good sign about how rocketry can be fucked up. Jeb started earlier, had the better ascent, had a shorter trip, and is still landing later. Man. Honestly, I know it's just a video game, but I'm kind of in awe of being able to pull off that orbital. Right? Like, less than a kilometer now, and they'll be home. So I was at 60.4 science when we set out for that. We're at 60.4 science. And we're going to get 15, I think, from Valentina's yep, 15 from that. So 75. So 75. Anything that we have above 75 once these two land is from the tourists. And actually, let's make sure that we get let's prep Val for the next set. Oh shit, never mind. 121. So 31 science. So 90 science plus so 30 science. We got 30 science from money. Hold on, I'm gonna write this down. So that was 91 from proper ways of doing it. I'm going to start Val on the next group of tourists because we had 6. I'm gonna take a quick save. Engaging SAS. Throttling to 50. Okay, let's see about that as an orbital strategy. Just let her handle prograde after an initial yaw. Right off the start. Really should cut track of where Jeb is, but I think we've got time. Jeb is behind by hours, not by minutes. Punch it. And then once I see 70 for apoapsis, I will cut. Okay. And it's just going to be another Mooner flyby because I want to keep track of this. Dudon and Ellie. Okay. Okay. And then let's punch us above 70 a little bit. Okay. And then at T minus 30 to apoapsis, I will punch it again. And then plan a maneuver to get to the moon, and I will just do a flyby. I'll just do a flyby this time. Doing an orbit was really stressful. Okay, punching. And periapsis is increasing smoothly. If I manage to do this with an apoapsis that's under 100 kilometers, I will call this my most successful ascent. And there we go. Now to the good engine. That is always nauseating right there. Oh, went over 100. Went a lot over 100. Jeezy Pete's. I still look at me. Only 70. What the heck is happening here? Okay, so... Oh, I've got tons of time until... Oh, I can do a manual. Frankly, may as well just do a manual, right? I don't think I got time to be all fancy with a maneuver node. Well, the good news is that I'm probably not even going to do a full orbit, right? I'm just gonna. We are coming up on moonrise in moments, so I'm just gonna moonrise. I'm just gonna push out the app. Beautiful, beautiful right there. Beautiful. Yeah, moonrise is in like two or 3 minutes. Is that the mid-moon? No, I can't. That's not the mid-moon. Whoa, ads be upon ye. Okay, I'm going to go use the bathroom. I thought we'd be able to start this beforehand, but I will be back in a moment. Enjoy the fan art. All right. Okay. Okay, we were just about to start burn. We were just about to start burn to establish lunar orbits. Moonrise should be in moments. I do like seeing the ozone. I see it. Moonrise spotted. All right. So poor Jeb, he's being looped. He's being lapped. Oh my goodness, can you imagine the office politics? He's been the golden boy of the program for he's been first so many times. Able host, thank you for the follow. Poor Jebediah. Poor Jebediah. Jeb is getting hooped. Okay, hold on. Let's start slowing down. Apoapsis of 7. Oop. Okay. I might go for an orbit. I got 1600. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Okay, there we go. Gonna go for another orbit. All manual orbit. Okay, so moon encounter in 3 hours. Let's take a look here. And perihelion in 2 hours. So let's just zoom ahead to somewhat before perihelion, right? Oh, poor Jeb. Poor Jeb. Okay, everything is automated at this point. I just want to make sure that when we get here, yeah, retrograde. Because otherwise there's a real chance that you burn up. Gonna make another quick save here. Frankly, there's nothing I can do with Jeb at this point. So, you know. Oh, okay, 2 hours. 2 hours to periapsis, to moon periapsis. So I think that we've got enough time to watch Jeb land and recover. Whatever. He'll hit Atmo and... Yep, he hits Atmo, retrograde. He's in Atmo. Yep, parachutes are ready. We're going to see some hot Jeb. Things are getting hot for Jeb. Cooked Jeb. Honestly, that's getting really close. Worthless, yeah. Oh well. I think he's fine now. That was scary for a moment there, but I think he's fine. I think he's fine. Drags will deploy in a few minutes. 18 kilometers. We're into mesosphere. We're into mesosphere, and then okay, we're below 1 kilometer a second. So yeah, all the danger zones basically are done. Drags are out. Successful drag deploy. Successful main deploy from the looks of it. There's the moon. And then let's God, this I'm really enjoying. This is there's something so awe-inspiring about what it was like to the first time you like are actually close to the moon. Like, oh my goodness. God. This is the thing, right? Like they make you work for it in a way that's really compelling. And so the achievement of it's so much more valuable than just any sheer spectacle can be. Nothing in Destiny felt that good. Ever. Ever. Although I do tend to highlight Destiny as just a terrible game. But even like, in terms of awe, I don't think anything in Outer Wilds hit that. Even though Outer Wilds is in many ways like one of the greatest games of all time. But it didn't create that sense of awe as much as like as the Sublime, right? I think the Outer Wilds might be the most sublime game that I can think of. It's hard to think of a more sublime game. Yeah, and that's the thing, like the scale is the thing that makes space compelling. Right, like at least to me, I don't know. I get obsessive about scale because like when scale gets pulled off really well, it's really exciting, and then like when it's pulled off really poorly, it's really just frustrating and embarrassing by contrast. This is the center of like my biggest hot take in in gaming history. To radar altitude. To left of altitude. Hold on. Where? Oh, okay. 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 That's good to know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I kind of appreciate letting it all go in. Especially for poor Jeb, who has been lapped by Valentina. Just fully leapfrogged. Spooky. That spooked me. So we got 2 science from money for that one. Yeah, Crash Shield worked. We got 2 science from money for that one. 356 rep. Holy crap. Nope. Now we got the actual hard part. Which is let's fly her in. And I don't know what I'm gonna do after this. I've got a couple of directions I can go, right? Because I have quite a bit of science. I have quite a bit of science at this point. Let's warp here. And now we're... Okay, so I want to be retroing. I want to be retroing. Okay, retro established. Thrusting. Orbit is circularizing from the retro. Okay. Oh. There we go. And apoapsis is closed and established. App is still over 1 million. All right. App is below 400. That's actually kind of a scary orbit. That's actually a bit scary. Let's take a crew report. I guess that's kind of useless. Oh, Nando! Nando! Of course, thank you. 16 months, my goodness, my friend Nando. My good friend, the Nando. The Nando. Shh. I like Nando. Nando's a smart lad. Oh, you're painting. Excellent. Nando's a much better painter than I am. My painting streams are very much a like are very much a like watching a person like learn the basics stream. But yeah, no, Nando, I'm really liking this game. I am like really into this one. I'm just gonna warp to Periopsis Oh, that's scary. That's spooky. Okay. So keep that. Okay. Hell, this game has me so locked in that it's like kind of hard to be a particularly good yapper. Well, yeah, it's I can't EVA at this point. Um, I gotta think. I am trying to think about what I want to do. That's bad. That's bad. That does not help me. So that's a bad maneuver. Oh, that might. Oh, that's a pretty bad maneuver too. Not impossible, right? It's 1200. I have it. Uh, let's get that to. You want to X on the moons with Kerbin at the moons as the moon's 12 o'clock. Okay, hold on. I'm getting a little bit. Okay, so Kerbin. So I want to exit at, you said 2 o'clock. So like up here almost. Yeah, doing a U-turn is expensive. Okay, so let's see. So positive burn. So prograde. This doesn't seem right to me. This doesn't seem right to me. I think. Yeah, it's way too much. No, it's just way too much. This seems way more sensible to me. Oh god. Okay, so we still need to achieve escape. Let's 0, 0. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? There we go. Felt Wrong was producing like 1100. So Felt Wrong is like was up here. Oh, interesting. Okay. I suppose I was. Okay, it's still a little bit high. Oh, that's full intercept. It's 20,000 bear healing. Okay, you are correct. You are correct. You are correct. 225. Well, let's try. You said exit is parallel. We've got time. No. 0 normal. We don't need any normal. Okay, maneuver start is okay. I'm misunderstanding what you're meaning there because this is maneuver start. The prograde on the maneuver start is parallel with the lunar orbit. Line. Oh. I don't need normals. Sorry, you're being very frustrating. Not you. The hold up, let me back out of here. So 3 o'clock position is going to be. This is going to be the 3 o'clock position. I would call that perpendicular. I would say that is perpendicular to the lunar orbit. Perihelion of nope. I do think that slightly crossing produced the most reliable results. So there's a perihelion of 155, and I think we want actually it's 250, 170, 163. There we go. It's okay. It's okay. Your final velocity vector on exit of SOI optimally is directly opposite the moon's velocity vector. Okay. Okay. Definitely don't want that periapsis. That's not a good one either. I know that you like 40k, but I kind of prefer going sub 40k. Let's call that good. 20-second burn time. Perfect. Okay. What does this button do? This button kills it, but what does this green button do? The number should stick. Huh, okay. Yes, what does this green number do? What's green button do? Okay, okay. Okay, so a minute 10 beforehand. And we want to be pro grade, not retro. Okay, okay. I was wondering if it just like if it ran through the entire burn at the suggested quantities. That's what I was really wondering about. Okay. Burn in. Say goodbye to the moon. Burn in 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. Burn at half. Oh god, that always gives me a headache. Okay. Going to delete maneuver. Okay. I'm going to let myself escape the moon and then burn a little bit more because I did screw that up a little bit, but I still have a kilometer per second left. So there's moon escape over there. Ship is close to moon escape. Yeah, the blue marker. Yep, yep. I mean, I've been doing very simple maneuvers, right? These maneuvers have just been pure, like, pro grade. So there's moon escape over here. Oh, interesting. That's pretty funny. I didn't really think this through. Vectors, baby. I'm really not a rocketry nerd. I just kind of like doing math and tables. So the specifics of it are a little bit behind me. I'm just kind of like doing some like really crude algebra and tables. Yep. Yep. Anything else in there was accidental. I'm just thinking about the fact that Jeb is just like waiting on Earth. Like as soon as Valentina landed, she was put into another orbital mission like 2 seconds later. Kind of. I'm still a bit confused because I'm thinking of parallel as being this, right? The 6 to 3 line is the parallel. And the vector I was going on was perpendicular to that. Okay. Yeah, that's let's go down to 1x and retro. And now let's burn it a little bit more. Okay, 34. All right. All right. Let's save here and warp there. Oh, no. Slash to cancel. Definitely. Yeah. Whoops. Wrong way on the warp. Warp to here. Perihelion is still 30. Periapsis, I'm sorry. I keep on saying perihelion when it's actually periapsis. There we go. Everything deployed. So let's get to about here. Warp here. Okay. Okay, and yeah. Retro. And now we hit Atmo. No more warping. Where are you? There we go. There we go. No more warping. You've seen so many memes about Mercury being in retro that you forgot those were actual words. I know, right? I know. All right. They're pretty happy about being some hot dogs. Some hot curbs. They're so happy. They're so happy to be getting cooked. I mean, they signed up for a moon flyby and they got a moon orbital. They should be very happy. Let it not be said that Almantas Space Industries does not leave satisfied customers. We absolutely are giving people the greatest treatments, better than they could reasonably expect. Better than they could reasonably expect. Ooh. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Momo? I feel like Tamagotchis as a gameplay loop are pretty similar to a lot of gacha games, but a lot cheaper. That's kind of my read on it. Is that like it was one of those things that I recently read Uncertainty in Games, which I genuinely didn't like. No, I know what a Tamagotchi is. And the gameplay loop that the writer for it had mostly worked on like Farmville type games, and so he talked a lot about he talked a lot about schedule uncertainty, which is a form of uncertainty that I think is kind of insane, right? I think that that's kind of like ludicrous and bizarre, but like, what am I supposed to do about it, right? Clearly, I'm not the game dev. I'm not the professional game dev who makes games professionally. Like, that's just not part of my lifestyle. All right. Whew. And if I'm reading this correct, Ellie and Dodon, yeah, when we get Ellie and Dodon back, we will have completed another contract. And then basically however much science I get out of this, the difference between 91 and my final science score at the end, after we recover this vessel, is going to be how much money I made off of this, how much science I made off of my strategy. Which is something I'm very invested in, right? Duden only wants to do an orbit around Kerbin. Oh my god. This guy, Duden, paid for an orbit around Kerbin, and I was so lazy that I took him all the way to the moon and took him around it. Like, I was too lazy to put him on the special, just only orbital rocket. To be honest, I find that this rocket is kind of easier to pilot overall than the one that I have that's just the tourist orbital. Like, it does seem to work a little bit easier for me. But yeah, this guy got his money's worth. Jesus Christ, dude, on. So here's the real question, right? Like, I am... The next thing for me to do would be to land on the moon, which feels really difficult to me, especially because I am definitely stupider than I was even 2 hours ago. I am definitely slowing down cognitively because it is almost 6 in the morning. I do want to stay up a little bit longer, though, mostly because Wednesday's going to be an absolute mess for me. Wednesday is a disaster for me. Yeah, it's still early. In the space war in this game, there is no Russia. It's just me. It's just me. It's just pure capitalism. It's just pure capitalism in this game. But I'm trying to think about like intermediate goals. So the intermediate, there are a couple of directions I could go intermediately. Intermediately. One is to clear out a bunch of contracts, including doing a ton of atmospheric readings, which would basically mean learning how space planes work. So I could go the planes route, which would, also help me clear out some, which would also help me clear out some of these contracts, which would get me some science. The other would be to start working towards doing the moon landing. And the moon landing... I think I would want to be, like, learning some intermediate steps before then. Notably, learning how to land. That's, like, the big one. Like, I think just doing like a simple like hop up into the mesosphere and then back down. I wonder what my reputation's at this point. My reputation's got to be disgusting. 2.7. Okay. Isn't too bad given the lower gravity. So my strategy, so let's call that 94. So 127 minus 94. So 33. 33 science was produced by monetary conversion over the course of that. Yeah, no, it's so Tayamichi, I've played Outer Wilds and I've played a lot of Hard Space Shipbreaker. I've done a lot of that, and yeah, the descent is always the trickiest part. Descending into a safe landing position is the trickiest part. Oh, okay. Hard Space Shipbreaker is so good, man. I love Hard Space Shipbreaker. I love doing things in 3D. I just love doing 0G 3D maneuvers. I love it. I love it. Yeah, alternately that's why I figure that planes are a completely different type of headache. Um, Hey, that's a cool one. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't actually looked into if Hard Space Shipbreaker has any amount of modding like going on. I really liked Hard Space Shipbreaker. I do wish it was harder in general. Okay, so I have the option of doing like a ton of milk runs, right? I have a ton of milk runs I could do. We may be overqualified for the institution, but maybe overestimate our qualifications. So true, bestie. Whoever gets assigned this will either be screaming in delight or in terror all the way. Oh my goodness. Oh no, okay, holy. I was looking at this, I was like, wow, this is so much, but it's on planet Eve. I don't know if I want to take that. I mean, at least the advance is worth a lot, but interesting. Which one's Eve? Moho? Eve. Okay, Eve is the second one in. Jewel. Elu. Eve has a moon. Nice. Okay, hold on. Let's think about this. I have a lot of things I could be doing right now, right? I've got a lot of options. I have a lot of options in front of me. I can feel my brain shutting down, but I am trying to think about strategy at the moment, right? Uh, Advanced landing, supersonic flight. Okay. Let's think about this. Let's think about this. So, if I research, I can research one advanced tech or aviation. That's kind of my understanding of this. Is I can do one actual advanced tech or aviation. Ha! The flagpole is its own. Electronics. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. So here's my thinking, right? I had two lines of thought that I was going through, right? We've got minutes to think about this. One line of thought I was having was to I'm going to take a second here to save. Partially just because doing saving and loading is the only way I can figure out how to okay, so I'm at 38% reputation. Uh, mm. Oh, let's think about this for a second. Let's think about this. I am kind of inclined to do this one because I feel so lacking on science. Tracking allows the next level allows the maneuver tool. Mission controls maxed out. I don't really need the VAB. Launchpad might need to be upgraded sooner rather than later. This one's almost certainly got to get upgraded soon. 75k is relatively cheap as these things go, so I think that might be the one I go with. $500,000's really spicy at this point. Okay, hold on. Let me actually finish my thoughts. See, I'm getting dumber. I'm getting dumber as we speak. Actual thought, actual for real thought is I haven't done a lot of atmospheric. God damn it, that's not what I meant to click on. I meant to click on mission control. I haven't done a lot of atmospheric sampling. So atmospheric sampling could get me a lot of science. Whether or not it would get me more than 45 is a question. Because, like, yes, this contract is here. But this is like a kind of pathetic amount of money at this point. I will take this one, though. Plus the ability to rescue stranded Kerbals. Yeah. This one's easy. I do that one all the time. I'm kind of inclined to yeah, I'm making rep really fast compared to how much I need from it. So let's upgrade this. And do I care about space exploration? You know what? No. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run the ads, and I'm going to then knock out some low-hanging fruit to, like, clear out contracts and stuff like that. That's the plan. I will do some science in space. I will knock out some things in space, in lower orbit. That is where my brain is at. I might attempt a landing, but seems really tricky. Okay. Enjoy the ads. I'll be back in a few moments. All right, I am back. I am back. Okay. Okay. I have a simple... This one's going to be ugly, but easy. So let's see. So 0.746 as opposed to 0.91. Okay, so this is better for if it's two or more people, but I'm only going to... Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's leave here and take a look at mission control and figure out what is there anything that any parts they want testing. Okay. So a science experiment around space, a heat shield on the launch site, a hammer, and a flea. Okay, let me make sure that I write these down. So... Writing this down. Shield. Flea. Hammer. So the hammer is kind of the worst one here. I'm honestly kind of inclined to decline this one because this is really annoying. I didn't think this one would be so annoying when I signed up for it. If I was using a plane, this wouldn't be so annoying, but without a plane, this is really annoying. Oh, inside the fab you can? Okay. I'm just trying to keep track of the flight details, because, like, this one's not too bad as flight details go. Like, I'm planning on getting to that altitude anyway to do an orbit, right? I'm planning on doing that altitude anyway. This is fine. But being at 30,000 feet and only going 400 meters per second is really annoying. Like, that's a really annoying combination right there. Vine! Yeah, thank you, Vine. How are you doing, my dear? How are you doing? Everybody be nice to Vine. Everybody be nice to Vine. They just got their wisdom teeth out, and that stinks. So be nice to them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, and crew, let's put in Jeb and Bob. Weird swollen gums and then food things. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Are you able to have solid food yet? Because I know you're really mad about that. You were so mad about it that the internet killed you. That's my recollection. Instant yakisoba. More noodles. No crunch yet. No crunch yet. Don't tell them that. They might believe you. What's going on here? What are you doing? Hello Lost Notebooks. I absolutely have. I actually am adoring this game. I am. This game rocks as far as I am concerned. This game's super good. I've already done this set of experiments, but I don't know, maybe this time it'll be different. Jeb and Bob. Okay, and I think that's all the science I can do here. Oh, there's the contracts, yes. Let me take a look at this, at the R&D. Miniaturization. EVGA experiments kits. Stack separators, adapters, docking ports. Probes and lights. Cargo storage, EVA repair kits. Storage units. Needs a deployed power unit. But yeah, Vine, this game rocks. This game rocks. I don't know if you would like it at all, but I can say that I think it rocks. I am extremely pleased with it. Definitely wouldn't. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So I'm pretty much deciding between like electronics and miniaturization. I don't know. I don't know. I can't decide, so I'm just gonna stick to my original plan. I'm just gonna stick to my original plan. Okay, radial mounted drogue, and then that's parachutes, and what else am I looking for here? But yeah, that's crap. Regular heat shield, mini heat shield. No, regular coupling. I don't actually know what's happening with that. But you are correct, they are upside down. I don't know why they are. I will put them in again, but I don't have an explanation as to why the experiments are going in upside down. Oh, okay. Oh, don't need bilateral symmetry. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, what the heck is happening here? Mystery goo. And barrow. We've already done these experiments in orbits. Okay, so they are carrying EVA jetpacks with them. Okay. Okay. I don't think we even really need that much in here. So it was the flea is actually kind of testable. The hammer is insane. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with this hammer. Hello, John. I love it. I am loving this game. It's going to be a little bit complicated, I think. Hold on a second here. So you're 300. Please only 200. Okay, so yeah, I am deeply enjoying the curbs. Okay, is there a reason? Okay, there's the thumper. I was wondering, I was like, why is the thumper not there? Okay. This is overkill. This is overkill. I'm gonna get rid of some view. Okay. Okay. This is a silly design. Just making sure I've got Bob on here. Okay, this is a silly design. I don't know that it'll actually work. But plan is to get into orbits. Run some EVGA experiments for this thing. Test out... Oh, I need to test out the heat shield. Like right here. I'm just trying to knock out some lazy contracts here that suck. Heat shield... Let me in. I know you're in there. I know you're in there. I know that you are in there. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Okay, whatever. We're going back to vehicle assembly. Okay. It is the right shield. So I installed both of them. So this is the one that's the size for the contract. Is the one that doesn't actually matter. The one that I actually need is the wrong size for the contract. There. There. Also that. But yes, hello, John. I'm really enjoying this. I am really into this game. I love tinkering so freaking much. I love tinkering so goddamn much. Okay. Okay. So run test. Jettison. And throttle up. Did this wrong. Sorry. There we go. Now we do this. But yeah, it's the shield that I don't actually use pretty much ever. Is the right size for it. The fall to the dark side. I mean, how much of an engineer am I really? I am playing with toys. Which I've been assured by the engineers makes me worse than nothing. You know, sure, I'll take it. Not really sure why that happened that way. Run test, jettison. Turn on SAS. There we go. I think that should be good. Maybe a little bit more. And then natural procession should... keep us going. There we go. Let's take a look at maneuver. Okay, let's just let that go for a little bit. I want to try to be getting an orbit that includes an apoapsis of at least 100K. Or does it really need to be suborbital? This will really annoy the crap out of me if it really needs to be suborbital. Well, don't have enough juice. Let's see. Yup. Okay. Contracts, man. Fine print is the thing. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let's try that for one thing. Let's try adding a little bit more fuel. And hold on, let's take an action in here. I just want it to be able to process naturally if I yaw right. That is my preferred takeoff method, is to yaw right. Lol. Lol, okay. We're to vehicle assembly. Alright, you like this? Alright, let's try. This is probably not good enough. Okay. Ooh. There we go. And... Eh. Okay. Ah. My desire to save money on bespoke. I'm being so American. This is the thing that happens with the American space program. Like, my desire to save money by doing like really bespoke missions that are super specific is just like absolutely ruining me. Uh I know I'm going polar. I don't want to be going polar. Oh, whatever. I'm going polar, I guess. This is not going to work because I just don't want to be going polar. Oh. All right. My bad for not turning on stability assist. Okay, stability assist. Prograde. I literally cannot do prograde right now. It's super annoying. Run tests. jettison throttling up to 50%. This is where I want you going. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that does the trick. I doubt it will. Hello, moon. The moon haunts me. I guess I'm on orbital trajectory now? Come on. A little more altitude, baby. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy, this is not going good for me. Already burning up on reentry. Okay. Okay, this entire launch vehicle is stupid. This shit don't work. And that's not going to work either. Okay. Pretty sure I have a... Yeah, this is a better version of what I'm trying to do right now. Fuck it, Jeb can do some science. Okay. All right. Let's just get up there. maneuver mode. I could have sworn I've gotten this thing up into orbit, up into like a stable orbit. I could have sworn to God I had done that. Cuts and all right. Looks like more than anything else, the most important thing to getting things into space is to have them not be too damn heavy. What appears to be the real trick of it all. I'm impatient. I'm very impatient. Okay. We're in orbit. I'm just gonna help the orbit throttle itself into a circle. And then do some Ava science and see if that does anything for me. I'm feeling very dubious about this right now. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. I think I'm going to have to revert. Yeah, I don't know, actually. Let's, you know, he's got 10 minutes before he dies. Maybe that's enough time. All right, maybe that's enough time. Lights on. Transfer crew. Ava. Let's go. How does Ava work? How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? How does Ava work? Okay, let's get in. No, not here. Here. How does Ava work? Parachutes. none of this stuff is what I am worried about. It's all delta V. Space travel, getting up there, turning with gravity, getting back down. None of that's what I'm wondering about. How does EVA work? How does EVA work? Like legitimately, how does it work? Oh, nerds. Nerds. No, this helps me. Let's get back to vehicle assembly. Excuse me. Those ain't doing me no favors. Thank you, Madromini. Thank you, thank you. Why'd I do that? Okay. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna try this one more time, but I think I might not know how to do Ava at all, and in which case, like, I just don't know what to do then. Right? Like, all right. There we go. And that should do. That should do. This should get into orbit. This should get into some sort of orbit. Hello, the wave. Right through the channels. Yeah, I'm not doing this completely blind, but I am trying to keep the autopilot, the backseating to a bit of a dull roar. You know, there's a fun to watching me, fail repeatedly. I think I've been doing all right, if I'm honest. I think I've been okay, at this. Let's crank that. I'd have me as head of NASA. That's very sweet of you to say, Tayamichi. I think I'm pretty bad at this video game. Rather than, doing something, actually meaningful. I have a suspicion that this one is going to be suborbital as failed orbital as well. That said, if somebody wants to tell me how the controls for Ava work, I would not mind at all. I'm just completely baffled. I just got nothing. Well, this one might, we might actually achieve orbit on this one. Press R to enter Ava mode. Okay, thank you. That's the part that I was losing it over. Press R to enter Ava mode. Okay. The Kerbal not legal. Yeah. Fast forward us a little bit until we get close to apoapsis. Oh, fuck me. I really fucked that. Okay. Might be in trouble here. Okay, so let's take a quick save here. Okay, so open, transfer crew, Ava, and then see. Okay. Okay. Hold up. Oh, I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die here. Okay. Okay. Oh, nope. How do I board? Okay. Okay. How do I reboard? Oh, there it is. Okay. Seems to be very precise. F. Okay. 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 Sure. That's pretty valuable. And nice. All of that's pretty good. Close that and close that. All right. And geez. That is a hell of an apoapsis. I might not be able to descend back in. So let's warp here. And then... Okay, and let's get in here. Turn on SAS. Turn on retro. And let's hope I've got enough deltas. Okay, I do. Cool. Cool. Got enough deltas. Alrighty. Let's... Precise delta. I've never heard of Flight of Nova. And hello, Smolnez. What is Flight of Nova? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. All right, let's see. All right, Jebediah, if you die on this simple milk run, I will be very, very sad. But I don't think you will, because it's a milk run. Like I said. Oh, Inari! Inari, what the heck?
Inori
Nande yo ne?
10 subscriptions to the
なんでやね
community.
ん。Inari-chan, どこですかどこですか何ですかなんでやねん。なんなのかどこへ Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the gift subs, Inari, to Shadowpring and 9-Volt Worm and the Red Cat Noodle and Werewolf Bride and Smolnez and Momiji and Kapapapa. Let me give a shout out to Inari. She's one of my best friends. I am back. I am back. It's Inari. It's Inari. Inari. Thank you, Inari. Thank you, Inari Reiju. Thank you, Inari Reiju. Thank you for being Inari Reiju. Inari Reiju, lovely. Lovely lady. One of the coolest, one of the best. She has been subathoning and she is supporting me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My hold on, where are we at on my own subathon? Where are we at on my own subathon? I've got everything sub counter. Where are we at? 287. Okay, 287. 287 out of 1,000. We are doing excellently. Thank you so much, Inari. Thank you so much, Inari. I will say that I am falling apart right now because it is 7 in the morning. And it looks like the juniors, some of the science exploded. I'm confused about this. I am confused about this. But not all the science? Pretty strange. Pretty strange. Are these stuck together now? Like, the heat shield's there. Oh, hey. Also, it's gonna like... That's just gonna just go crashing down into the water. That's like not even connected properly. Yeah, the actual science lab exploded, so this is just like... Huh. Huh. That's pretty strange. That's pretty... Rest and Fragment Science Lab, yeah. Oh, there it goes. Yep. There it goes. Orbital science debris. Pepperoni, goodbye. Bonk, yep. Okay, now it's getting closer. That was quite a bit of science, and I lost a whole bunch of it. I feel very silly. I feel very, 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 very silly. Uh, oh. Excuse me. $500 meters. All right. Let's get in here. What do you got for me? Why is the camera doing this? Getting impatient. I've been patient so far, but this time I am impatient. All right. Let's see. What did we get out of that? Because I don't know if any of that science survived. Right. Okay. Nope. Very little of it did. Very little of it did. But I don't think that qualified for the contract. Okay, it did. It did. It did. It did. Okay, so I'm just going to accept these tourist contracts because the tourist contracts I've been doing very reliably. Well, this one's terrible money. This one's good money, but these are kind of dog. This is actually no, this one's pretty good. Fly by the moon, orbit the moon. Okay, and these are things that I want to do anyway, so not much of an obstacle, right? Not that much of an obstacle. 145 science. And again, if I didn't destroy my laboratory on reentry, we would have quite a bit more. We would have quite a bit more. So there's two obvious components of me advancing the plot here. There's two like really obvious ones. One is like I said, one is to one option. Oof. Yeah. Oh. The most obvious one, right, is to okay. My head has definitely fallen out. I am too stupid to keep playing. My head has definitely fallen out. But yes, so landing on the moon and doing some Ava on the moon, which I don't think I actually am capable of getting anything out of. There's doing a bunch of Ava around the there's doing a bunch of Ava around the, what do we call it? The moon, not the moon. The planets. There's doing a bunch of suborbital science or orbital science. And not destroying it like I just did. Like a schmuck. So there's the orbital science route. So I think about this. There's orbital science. There's landing on the moon. Orbital science is not really like advancing the plot. So the two that advance the plot, so to speak, that are like really giving me new capabilities are docking and moon landing. Moon landing being the next big one, right? That's the next big one. That'd be the next big one. And then, oh my goodness, sorry, my head is nowhere. My head is nowhere. All right. So docking and moon landing are the big ones, and then moon tourism and Ava shenanigans are the small ones. It leads me to think that the next time I play this, it'll be doing Ava shenanigans and docking, because those do feel like more coherent with each other, and like they're going to have a higher payoff on a quicker time scale. Especially because like a lot of my limitation on getting things done at the moon is like, I need this thing. I need space exploration. I definitely need electrics. I need landing, right? I know that somebody said that I could probably do I'll probably also upgrade the admin building, because this has paid off pretty well. This has paid off pretty well. Okay. Okay, let's talk a little bit about non-Kerbal things, right? Okay, non-Kerbal related things. This is our schedule for the week. I'm gonna make it a little bit more legible, or at least not so gigantic. This is our schedule for the week. Tomorrow's going to be a hand cam. I will either paint miniatures, or I will do calligraphy. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I know calligraphy is kind of my main thing, but I kind of have been enjoying it more off stream than on stream the last week or two. So I might, kind of keep that a little bit to myself, right? Might be a little bit selfish with that. Tuesday I'll be taking off because my week is kind of a mess in the middle. Wednesday is going to be a hot sauce showcase. I have quite a few hot sauces, including several from Saucy Biz, from Grimmy. Thursday, Professor's Choice. I'm not going to lie, very high likelihood this Kerbal Space Program. It's pretty much either going to be Kerbal Space Program or mini painting. There's very little chance it'll be anything else. And Friday, my friend Bodega Rats. Bodega. If you don't follow Bodega, you really should. Bodega's lovely. Bodega's really fun. She's more of a daytime streamer, so very different hours from me. We used to have similar hours. I'm the one who switched. I'm the one who betrayed the daytime hours. So we, yeah, so Hello, Momiji. Yeah, you know Bodega. You know Bodega. Bodega. I love Bodega. Bodega's a dear friend. Bodega and I will be discussing Octopus Pie. Octopus Pie is like kind of like the millennial book, I would say. I think it might be the book that is like about the millennial experience and the millennial hipster experience above all others that I've ever encountered. It's a really amazing book. The person who made it, the author of that, made a really amazing video game called Perfect Tides. I haven't played the sequels to it, but Perfect Tides is a truly phenomenal book. All right, folks. Who do I leave you with tonight? Who do I leave you with tonight? Who do I leave you with tonight? Where do I send you? Where do I send you? Where do I send you? What day is today even? That can't be right. I have quite a few people who are on because I am a sicko and I know a bunch of Australians. Sarayun is playing Dotage. Ronan is playing Witcher 3. Mirabelle is, of course, playing Binding of Isaac. Jelly is playing Marvel Rivals. Deer Sightings is doing art. That's kind of, I guess, how I would think about it, right? So, and Ronan's been alive for like 1,000,000 years. Why does it always kill? I always want to have polls. I always want to have polls available. Polls are like the number one thing I want to have on the quick action bar. Like, it's like polls and stop raids are like the two things I really want on there. All right. All right. And I think I might yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Why not Sarayun? Why not Sarayun? I'm so indecisive. I'm sorry, guys. My brain has fallen out. I'm not decisive at the best of times, but I am like even worse when I am sleepy, right? I don't think that should surprise people too much. Okay, so I will be back. I'll be back in less than 24 hours, in like 16 hours. Also, I guess final thing to say, this is the status of the subathon. I am actually really looking forward to the blindfolded writing stream. That's probably going to be really fun and will probably be very messy. Mostly, again, I feel really dumb that I made Dark Souls so high up there. I feel really silly that I made Dark Souls so high up there, because Dark Souls, I enjoyed playing Dark Souls a lot. I really did. And I really enjoy how people react to it. So, I will see all of you in a couple of hours for either some miniatures or some handwriting practice. Have a lovely night, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am going to sleep. Have a good night.